sad this is going to be if it is the last episode.
We shall see. We shall see. Time will tell.
Endings are always hard.
It is.
I don't know if
Yeah.
you feel that way, but
We didn't get to
Sometimes.
end the last campaign even. This is the first campaign since we've been together, like, long-standing campaign. Like, that last one was just like, we have, like, 2 left. Levi,
yeah.
Yeah, that happens.
but-
All right,
but
just so
we
you guys
never
know,
had
we
an
are
end.
live.
Hi, everybody.
Things
Hi,
never end.
everybody.
Rift out into nothing.
We're just
Exactly.
talking about the impending doom.
Is it better to fade away or go out with a bang? I don't know. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh man, I'm excited. I am super tired though. Full disclosure. Holy crap! I was laying patio stones today, so I'm like, I could barely move the mouse. So it's gonna be theater of the mind. No, I'll do what I can.
I'd love that. That sounds great.
Darcy's all about the theater of the mind. Hi, everybody. My name is Todd. I'm going to be the DM. We are morally ambiguous, Descent into Avernus, and we've been playing for a while. This is episode 56, I believe. And it's been a long haul, and it's definitely seen me through some pretty strange fucking times. And I want to, first of all, I'll get all upset, but I do want to say thank you for you guys, the players and listeners and viewers who stuck with us from the beginning, Yaufan and everybody, Sarah Fabriel, and so many regulars, but especially the players. Thanks, guys, for sticking with this, because I know it's hard, and I'm super excited. And I don't know if this is the end, but it's getting real close. So we're going to find out today. So I just wanted to say that as we get ready to dive in. So, any last words before we do this for realsy?
Be nice to us.
Well,
She says
Not a
with
chance.
emptiness because she knows better.
Well, you know. Well, let's dive in with a recap and all of that just after our intro. We'll be right back. All right, so we have been playing a homebrew for the first 20-something episodes. Then we dove into hell, playing Descent into Avernus. And it's still kind of a mishmash of both ideas. And we've been at this for quite a while. And these characters have found themselves in hell. They have gathered allies, sought what they need to go up against the big bad, the Eye of Pelor, Zariel, the fallen angel archduke of Avernus. Some of you have been found yourselves as refugees of Elturel. Others chose to come here by Waygate. Some of you have been here for years, almost uncounting, 80 or more. You've lost track and raised by the allies. You've freed demon lords. You've made deals with devils. You've ripped across the plains on infernal machines. You've fought all manner of demons and devils. And you've now found your way back to Elturel, hopefully with everything you need. The Sword of Zariel, the Eyes of Pelor, the Name. And now you stand in the compound around the High Hall, looking out through the wrought iron portcullis, the ruins around you burning, and the walls collapsing. There are demons and devils flying overhead. You are maybe 50 feet above the sticks at this point. Elturel itself is a battleground. Demons and devils competing, battling forever, but now for the great prize of all these mortal lives that they could then either consume Or convert to more devil fodder. You have your own reasons for getting this far, and your own reasons for banding together. And yet in this place you have found yourselves unlikely allies against indescribable odds. And you're almost there. You have freed the planetar from the companion orb hovering above the city. It is off, hidden and resting, promising to take you away. If you could shatter those chains. And you look out across the courtyard, through the gate, and on the other side you see all manner of devil gathering, running, some of them walking around, some of them laughing, some of them screaming. You see demons scurrying across. The battle rages. And then there's a moment of calm where it's almost entirely devils for a few minutes. All manner of devils ringed around something, and then you see it through the gate in the center of this courtyard, in the large not vestibule, the large street out in front of the high hall. Just throngs of devils gathering, cheering, screeching, and a voice that you've heard in the dreamscape just clearing above all the din.
He is mine. Do not let him leave. But spill not his blood.
Zariel's command, as you then see the massive demon Custosh, now seeming even larger in its rage, leaping off a large building down with its just comes slamming down towards her, and Zariel hefts this massive maul swinging upwards at it. Crack! And that's where we left off. Welcome to hell. What do you want to do?
I just have a quick
Of course.
housekeeping question, because I wasn't able to chat with Carl through the past couple weeks with their schedules. So I know we had discussed the potential that we would have, and it was discussed the last time that Carl was here with us, about switching, me giving him the Sunblade, since he's a up close and personal guy, and I am more of a distance person. So would we be able to do that, or would that be too complicated at this juncture?
I'll tell you what. Go ahead and roll the persuasion check.
Persuade. Of who?
Falurie.
I guess it doesn't
is-
matter.
It is a sacred artifact of his peoples, his monastery. 14.
I mean, I'm handing
DC
over a
is not that
sacred.
high.
I'm handing over a sacred artifact of my mother.
And you make that point, and after some time, this is a slight flashback, Falurie looks at you. Fine. But I want this back.
Of course, I want my mother's sword back.
Good.
So
And if
we
we
would have
can-
done this retroactively before,
Yeah.
right?
Just like
Yeah.
10 minutes prior.
Well, no, we have to. Don't
Oh,
we
right,
attune to
attune.
those?
Yeah, okay, it was a little while ago. Sure. See? I'm nice.
Well, we did talk about this like 3 games ago.
It's true.
But
Yeah, I think that's canon. That's fair.
yeah. So what is the bow called?
It is a solar longbow. And it is a longbow +2. it has 1d6 charges, so go ahead and roll 6. And max of 6. It recharges every day. And if you hit, you can spend a charge. And it will, if it hits something with less than 100 hit points, they have to do a Constitution save or legit die. Oh, and by the way, if it goes to 0, you have to roll a d20. And on a 5 or lower, the bow disintegrates.
Wow.
Okay, don't do that.
Yeah, funny how a lot
I
of
think
that-
he would. I think, Falurie would get pretty ticked.
What's the damage?
Pardon?
What's the damage type?
Piercing and necrotic is the fancy one.
Oh.
Ooh.
Piercing and necrotic on a solar bow, huh?
Yeah, that surprised me. I thought it would be
Oh,
radiant.
no, it's a avenging, killing angel kind of thing.
Okay, and
Also, by the way, the base damage is 1d8 piercing, 1d8 necrotic, plus magic, which is +2, and your dex. That's the base damage.
1d8 necrotic and plus magic and bonuses.
We're getting all the grind. Getting all the grind.
Okay. I will try to get something going here. I probably should have discussed this with you while we had all this time beforehand, but I totally
It's
didn't
all
remember
good.
until just now.
That's all good.
Sorry, everybody.
All right. So, you are standing in the courtyard. What do you want to do?
Oh,
I turn to Darmita, and I turn to the others. They say, okay, first things first, we need to break the chains while they're fighting. And I turn to Darmita, you have the eyes. Either you using them or I'm using them. While Henrietta breaks the chains and then maybe uses it to weaken Zariel. Okay.
And I hand. What?
I hate to leave you like this, but we must start. Good luck, Falurie, with me. Or I guess we split up actually, but
Yeah.
Falurie's got the other sword, right? Hopefully it'll also work. I don't know.
All right. Yes.
And
Split the party.
Conquer. Always split the party.
Darmita, I
Benkuhm
don't know
looks
if
at
you're-
Darmita. Oh, we didn't even do the full character intro, but that's okay.
Gotta go.
You don't know,
Showtime.
and you can check it out later.
They know
All right.
who we are.
Just wings launching there.
Henrietta flies off. Just this angelic version of her flies off. Felice staying behind with Fenris and the others. Cross the streams. I love it, Yafen. Thank you. All right, Benkuhm puts his hand on Darmita's shoulder and kind of turns you around and looks at you and looks back at the spot where your mother just is. You see her armor, and the rest of her is just dissolved into ash. And he looks at Darmita and says, "Are you up for this, Darmita?" His massive Goliath just bending down as though daring to touch such a delicate being as Darmita. She's not, but he seems really afraid that he's going to break you right now.
And I just look at him and not to scare him. I mean, Benkuhm knows me. But I feel for like effect, she would flare out her wings and her eyes would go black and she'd be like, "The bitch is going down." And yeah, and I would throw the eyes or not throw. I would hand the eyes. Not gonna make that mistake. To Fenris. And say, you know what to do.
Now, I remember getting a flashback with the eyes, right? Like,
Yep.
I rolled a nat 20 on that. And so I don't know if I can spend a plot point, if it's a matter of just getting closer into the vicinity. I know that it's one of the three things that will weaken Zariel. Can I check to see if there's any way to kind of, is it just to maybe help Zariel? I think what you left me before was that it'll help Zariel kind of remember who she once was.
It could. All of
Okay.
those things that you have, depending on how you want to do this, you can go for the redemption path or the wrath. That is your choice. And those artifacts, those three things that you've hunted down, will be beneficial in both of those. So it depends on the path you take. But
Okay.
normally, she is an archduke as well as a high-level celestial. She is very difficult to take down. As you look over, as you're all discussing this, and you can see that monstrous giant demon just smack her. She goes flying across the courtyard, slams into a whole bunch of lemurs and other bearded devils and a few bigger ones. And they like stand her up, and she kind of wipes the back of her, of he or she. She's kind of both. And she wipes the jaw and smiles, and then she goes and just slams forward him. That blow looks like it should have felled trees, and yet she took it, and it was like a playful punch.
Okay.
And this battle between those two is just going on right now while you guys are making your plans. Henrietta, can I get a stealth check from you? And
Great.
Falurie.
Actually, as I launch up, I pull the red Ioun stone that I had before
Mhm.
out of my pack, and I throw it to start going around my head. I don't know if this needs to happen before that takes effect or not. I'm fine
That's
either
okay.
way. Just yeah. Cool. So stealth.
Yep.
I'm not really trying to be all that stealthy, to be honest, but let's just see if they see me, I guess is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Do they notice?
There's a lot of stuff going on.
17.
17, that's not bad.
Not bad. I don't think I have a fully character sheet. I have a Falurie character sheet, but I could.
Somebody
Give me
want
a
to roll
D20.
for Falurie?
Let's
Or
try.
I can.
I can do Falurie.
Oh, great.
If you want, give me 2 seconds, and I will get into.
Sorry, my camera's going funny.
Hold on. I just got to go to my campaigns here, and I will have her up in 2 seconds.
No problem.
Is it actually dark enough
There
to
you
be
are.
invisible or not?
Pardon?
Is it dim enough to be invisible, or is it too bright with all the fire?
It's probably too bright with all the fire. If the fire's
Yeah, had to
burning-
ask. Had to ask. Yeah.
So, what am I
Right.
rolling for her?
stealth. Because
Stealth.
Henrietta goes
Oh,
one way.
that's her-
Falurie hefts your mother's sunblade,
That's her jam.
and
Yeah, it totally is.
it's going to be a wow.
Yeah, 25.
Sounds about right.
Even Henrietta, with those glowing angelic wings, kind of lost in the din of all the smoke and the ash and the flying demons and devils just kind of all blurring, and you get lost in the crowd more than being super stealthy. And
Something bright is easy to see in the darkness, but
It
when
is.
there's fire and explosions, a lot harder, a lot easier to miss that.
exactly. And you were at disadvantage, which you took, so I appreciate that. And you still got a 17, which ain't bad.
Nice.
Was I at disadvantage as well? Was
Nope.
Falurie?
No, Falurie was straight.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
No problem. All right. What do you want to do? Velvet, you've been sitting watching this happen. You've got the heart wrapped in a cloth. And Sheeta's torn out heart. Freaking neutral evil cleric.
I'm not leaving it exposed. I'm putting it inside my vest next to my heart.
Nice.
And I'm going to bless everybody before they take off.
Absolutely. I'll count that towards Henrietta's and Falurie as well. So
Sounds legit.
just mark the spell slot. It goes out. All right.
I'm going
It's
to
a
spend...
D4, right?
Yes.
That's 27 for Falurie.
Oh, you didn't really need it yet.
There's saves and attacks.
Yeah,
Not skill check.
it's okay.
Oh, right. It's checks. Or, yeah, sorry. You're right.
Yeah, you didn't need it yet.
All right, Gordon, you were saying something.
Yeah, I'm going to spend... I know that I'm probably halfway through my telekinesis or more, so I'm going to just spend 7 sorcery points to free up a 5th level spell slot.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I'll take back 3 sorcery points from a 3rd level spell slot.
All right.
Okay, and I'm gonna walk over to the Planetar, and I'm gonna ask him. Okay, just gonna say, all right, things are starting to heat up. Zariel is here. How much longer do you need?
I just need a little longer. Break the chains, and I should be ready.
Okay, we have people moving to break the chains, and we have other things, and I actually show the eyes to the Planetar. We were told there are some things that could weaken Zariel if things get really difficult. This is one of the things that could aid us. Do you know what this is?
It was her eyes, in service of Pelo. What those see, Pelo sees. She cast them off.
I'm kind of using the wrong voice, sorry.
She cast off those eyes to cast off her service. I don't know, but it must weaken her somehow.
Okay. Well, if need be, we'll do what we can to buy you the time you need.
I will need to not be interrupted. I will stay here until you are ready.
And with that, he literally fades from view, casting invisibility on himself. You can still see the crushed rubble in the shape of where he is, but you don't see him anymore.
Okay.
Which is a good thing, because a couple of Kazumes go, and Benkuhm covers his ears at the last second and looks around at the rest of you, but they weren't quite within range.
Damn it, Captain. I told you to put her on stun.
All right. Unfortunately, the Planetar doesn't really know how those things will work.
Okay.
You did get a nat 20, so you have the idea that having these on your person will help you. It's not like you throw them or something. At least, you don't think so. Especially, you get the idea, though, that this and the sword and the name are probably of emotional importance to Zariel.
Got it. Okay.
All right.
I'll rejoin the group.
All right. Henrietta, you have been, I guess it's just you that's going to go there, so I'll pull this up. One sec.
Okay.
So you find yourself in a hellish, you can barely see anything with all the smoke, and I'm going to have to ask you to do a survival or perception check. Your choice.
Interesting. This sounds like perception mostly to me, and I think that's better than my survival anyway. So, yeah, not a ton, but enough. 23.
All right. All right. For the rest of you, you're just here to watch, but I'm gonna switch maps real quick, like. So 23. That's really quite good. Okay, so you managed to
on the die. I was real lucky.
Yeah. You it's a good thing you've spent quite a lot of time in Elturel. So you actually managed to navigate based on the landscape of the city more than anything else. So you quickly kind of find your way to the edge to where one of these large spike wedges are jammed in. Actually, there's kind of two within relatively close range, and then the massive chains extending down. Except they don't actually go nearly as far as they once did. They're only about 50 feet until they dip into these, like, underneath the water of the Styx. And then you can see these watchtowers on either side slowly ratcheting them in. And the weight of the chains have borne it down. And then they're getting shorter, but they dip into the Styx and they kind of come up near the shore. You find yourself kind of between two of these. And Falurie kind of pops out of the shadow near you and says, "You take that one." I don't know if you can see the map. Are you there?
I can see it. Yeah. At first, I didn't know where I was to look, but I do see it now. Yeah.
So
really sure
you
what
can
I'm looking
see
at, but that's fine.
just to the north and west, you can see one of the chains. It's a good 5 feet long link of infernal iron per link, and there's dozens and dozens of them. And they go over towards the shore and then up onto the shore. And at this point, it's fairly close by, and you can kind of see where it kind of comes up out of the river, and you can see the chain. Falurie kind of motions towards one and then bamps over using the benefit of shadow to go towards the other. There are 8 chains in total.
Great. And we're just going to go at them,
All right. Go ahead and make a melee attack.
All right. I think I have this right. Let's see if it works. Okay. Let me just take a look. Rolling 1d20. Plus 4 for strength. Plus 5 for proficiency. Is the magic weapon plus 2? I think it is.
It is. Yeah.
It is? Okay, I have that right then. And then the damage is something else. What's this plus 1? Oh, that's my bless. Nice, great. I got 30. I got a 29 with bless.
Oh, that's a hit for sure. So you just light the blade as you go down, and just sparkling blue electric energy just extends out the length of the blade and then some, and you just bring it down on the chain, and this fork lightning just strikes right by, and you can see demons and devils not too far on the shore just hurrying each other back and forth. And as you bring the chain down, the sword down on the chain, there's a mighty crack. Roll damage, please.
Okay. Again, we will double check that these numbers correct. That's okay. I should turn off the save because that's only relevant if I hit an evil creature.
All right. That's
okay.
19
So the initial damage is 7 slashing, which includes the plus 2 magic, and then the 2d8 radiant is doesn't have an addition. So I just want to make sure it didn't add plus 2 twice or something.
Oh, absolutely.
Cool. Yeah, that's right.
All right. So the blade slashes down and hits. It does takes it all. But the problem is it is a hefty chain. So you take a chunk out of it.
2 attacks in one turn, so I might as well attack twice. I have 2
No,
attacks in one turn, so I might as well attack twice.
Yep.
Okay, that's a 25.
Hits.
And another 21 damage.
So 41 points of damage. with these massive sparks, and it just arcs, not just on the one link, but all the way, like a lot of the way down, like 4 or 5 links down and 4 or 5 links up, and you're taking chunks out of it, but it is heavy chain, so it's still attached, but it is taking damage. You can see these dents, almost like scorch marks from the radiant.
Yeah.
Just liquefying parts of the chain. Just a little bit. Meanwhile, out of the corner of your eye, you can see the lavenderish color blade of Falurie's, well, really, Nishida's sunblade rapier. All right, and you can see Falurie just doing similar attacks on a chain nearby. One of the devils kind of rock flies kind of close to... Odds are you. So one of the rocks breaks off of a local attack and begins flying towards you, Henrietta.
Great.
You can see it coming, the massive black wings silhouetted against the red fires below. All right. Next up, you're looking out on this courtyard. It's a thing. It's a big thing. There's a lot of devils out there. But that's where she is. What do you want to do? Are you Fenris and crew? I guess I'll let you guys have a look.
I was gonna say I can't see anything other than a big black box, so...
Oh, weird. I'll see if I can fix that. All right.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Yeah, you're off in the corner. You should be able to see there, Nishida. Or, not Nishida, sorry. Darmita.
Close enough. I can't... Okay, now I can.
Okay, cool.
Now we're back on the same map we were on before.
Technically, you're a few feet away from there. Like, this would be just through the gate that I described. But, close enough. And obviously, Henrietta and Falurie are not there, so I'm just gonna hide them. Oh, and the old man Lulu is still near you as well. And Felice.
Yes. I would look at Fenris. You're likely going to be the one to deal with this. Do you need us to be distractions?
What do you have in mind?
What we do best.
Okay. Be my guest.
I mean, it's basically me, Benkuhm,
And me, says the old man. I'm with you as well, Darmita.
Are you... not to be offensive, Lulu, but are you...
I am ready as I'll ever be.
Okay.
I feel spry and young again.
Okay.
And he polymorphs back into his Holophant state.
And I'll kind of look at Velvet and be like, okay, well, I guess we're here and until the end. Let's go. I mean, we'll wait until she's... Do we want to get in the fray while she's fighting with him? Like, do we want to do that? Or do we want to...
I think we should wait for a moment. See what happens. See what everything falls in. For all we know, we're going to put Kastach.
How many are surrounding them? How many devils are like, I see a bunch of...
What? You can see one side of the crowd. If you get a little closer, you'll get a better view. Go ahead.
Okay.
They don't appear to have noticed you yet. In fact, this seems to be the big party. They are all in there cheering. Ah, kill them! And you can even see a few demons fly by and cheer on Kastash.
Okay.
Hey, if I don't mind, just make one of you invisible and then hide. Honestly, it seems like that might work well.
Yeah.
Why did you do that for me?
I think Darmita will stealthily try to maintain stealth.
Sure. Go ahead and roll stealth. And
maybe over
you're
here?
casting invisibility on Fenris?
So I have greater invisibility, so you can attack without breaking it.
Nice.
But it's only a 1-minute concentration spell, so maybe I'll pop back out and re-up it. I don't know. Depends how long this fight lasts. But I want to make sure I'm waiting to do that, right? I don't want to do it.
Your winged cat familiar
Ooh, hello.
goes and perches on Fenris's shoulder and kind of walks across and hisses at him and then flies off a little bit. Just as a reminder.
Okay, 21 for my stealth.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Should I roll for Benkuhm?
Yeah.
Oh, is this like
I go.
Is this conversation a stealth or? Oh, I see. You're heading out now. Got it.
I think we're just trying to get closer. I don't think we want to engage yet.
Cool.
Felice raised a very good point.
So as you stealthily make your way across the rubble, across the broken cobblestones and a few fissures, and there's a few areas where it's considered difficult, maybe even dangerous, because of the ash and broken terrain. And as you get closer, Darmita, you can just make out the silhouette of the massive Kastash right in the corner. I don't know if you can see that.
A little bit, yeah.
And you can see Zariel kind of flying around at times. And then at one point, Kastash grabs Zariel and just whips her to the ground like the Hulk, just body slam, head down. And then once she's down, just jumps on and starts pounding like a mad ape. And just pounding into her. And then you see this. Well, it's not that you see much, but you hear this. And the shockwave. You can actually see a bit of the shockwave. And several of the devils, are actually tossed a few feet back as the maul hits Kastash, and he goes flying up and over and lands like a rag doll. Kind of picks himself up. He's looking pretty rough. And Zariel, at this moment, looks a little rough. And then, but still very calm. And one of the Cambians nearby looks back, and who's closest? How did Benkuhm do on his stealth? Oh yeah,
not great.
He got a 10. All right. So he's standing there, kind of out in the open, and one of the Cambians looks back, and then you can see the Cambian be like, nah, this is more fun. And he turns back and watches the fight. Doesn't seem to be that concerned about the Goliath. How did you do, Fenris?
Not great. 8.
Oh, but you have advantage. You are invisible.
Oh, okay.
And in fact, I mean, they're probably not going to be able to see you. But just
Yeah,
oh,
8.
Oh, we're cutting to after I've cast invisibility.
Oh,
So
I
it's
thought
funny
you
I'm
said you
waiting
did that.
until I wanted to wait
okay.
until like it wouldn't be wasted because it's only a minute, right?
That's fair. Well, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So Felice and Fenris are walking along. Darmita scoots behind a pile of rubble and is almost invisible, just ducking behind it. Fenris and Benkuhm are just almost slack-jawed watching this throwdown. And the old man, the hermit, who is now a Hollyphant, goes fluttering over and a little bit behind Fenris, his illuminating glow, one of the reasons why you were so visible. All right, and Velvet, how did you do? And what are you doing?
You're
Oh,
muted.
I think you're muted, Donnie.
In Discord.
There we go.
There we are.
Yeah, I was just moving up to where Darmita was at.
No problem. So go ahead
And
and
I
roll
wa-
stealth.
I wasn't trying to be stealthy.
Okay. So keeping pace with the others, you can see the two of these weird they're large creatures, and Kustosh even more so, but the presence of the Eye of Pelor in front of you is just like, oh. This is definitely a very impressive creature. All right.
Yeah, I don't really think I want to be like instigating a fight just yet. We're here just to make sure that we have time being bought for the others to break the chains and for and I can't remember the planetar's name, Nasius or something like that.
Nasius.
And that was one of my questions. Do I still have vision on the guys that are trying to break the chains?
Go ahead and do a perception check, but it's
And
gonna
how
be real.
far-
Well, they're
how
kind of
far
gone
away
and
are they?
below. They're like 50 feet below, around the edge of the city. So I'm gonna say
Yeah.
Okay,
they,
so-
they left sight.
Okay, so I can't see them.
All right,
If anything, we
Kustosh.
want to
Sorry.
see if we can support Kustosh stealthily.
Is Kustosh like in a
Like-
really, really bad way, or is he still going?
He's still going, but he is like blood is streaming out, like missing most of his teeth out of one side, and it like he's taken some heavy hits, and he comes up to one elbow and then stands, and the other devils and stuff start clawing at him, and Zariel goes, and the devils look at her and like let Kustosh go, and some of them even help him by pushing him into the ring again, and he gets shoved forward and.
I'm wondering. Well, I agree.
It'll pound you into dust.
Well, we don't want to start a fight. Like, I'll kind of lean over to Fenris and Velvet. And I'll be like, we may not want to fight at this moment. Because Kustosh is being a pretty good distraction right now, but might we want to boon him a little bit? Help him out? Give him a little more health? Potentially?
I'm gonna actually, since I'm invisible.
No, you're not, actually. Sorry.
I'm not invisible.
Not yet.
You can ask Felice, but
Oh yeah.
Elise
okay,
was gonna wait until we got into combat.
Okay, Felice, I could use the invisibility because I'm gonna give it a
Now?
Yeah.
I figured you could be subtle without it. Wink, wink. I know the rules of the game.
Well,
But sure, yeah. I mean, if you
need
want
to
to
get-
start flinging spells, then
I need to get a
How
little
about you?
closer. Yeah.
just to be clear, this is greater invisibility. It's a minute. It's not real invisibility where it's like an hour, right? So
Okay.
Yeah, no, I can't cast without a trace right now.
I
you can try to get a little closer.
Otherwise,
If-
I'll lose my my hunter's mark, my 8-hour
I could
hunter's
cast
mark.
Pass Without a Trace instead, and then swap out for invisibility when the fighting starts. If that's all the same. If we're
Sure.
just talking about like a stealth thing, then that might be reasonable. I don't know what you're thinking. Gordon.
Velvet, you spot there's kind of an old half-crumbled building, but there's a bit of a nook right about there where you would have a pretty good vantage point and a little bit of cover.
Say,
Not just you would have a better cover if you went off to your right. There's the ruins of an old building, but it's
There?
mostly still right there. And if several of you could fit there, and you would have a lot better vantage point.
Okay. Can I ask a clarifying question regarding we've now dealt with quite a few demons and devils since we've been down here.
Mm-hmm.
Darmita's wondering if they, if she kind of figured out in this time whether it's a likelihood that they have true sight or not, like if
Some
they
of
can
the
see
higher
through
devils do.
illusion.
Some do.
Okay.
Some don't.
So like,
Most of the lower level
Zariel
devils don't. Zariel might.
Will. Okay. I'm just wondering because I almost want to just cast for this beginning, disguise self, first level, and make myself look like just your, out of the box. Yeah, demon.
Sure. Go for it. Demon or devil?
In this case, I think I'm gonna go with devil.
Okay. So, you change your form to look like a bearded devil.
Sounds good.
In fact, you look almost identical to this one right there. So don't get too close to that one.
Perfect. It's probably my inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
I'm his twin brother.
I'm just gonna put a mask on you, just so you look a little different. All right. Benkuhm grabs the old hermit Holophant, who starts flying forward like, oh, and he grabs him and holds him back behind him and says, "You need to stay back, glowy elephant beast." So they're gonna stay a little bit further back. All right, Fenris, where are you going?
So I'm going to go. Basically, I'm going to Misty Step closer.
Okay. Do you want the invisibility or not?
Well, if you're not giving it, it's fine. I'll just try to stay hidden.
Okay. I think it's better to save it till later.
Okay.
But, I mean, Bela made a great point that I had not considered. So, whatever. It might be irrelevant.
Oh God, which point was that? I don't even remember
True
now.
sight. True sight. That sees through
sight.
invisibility. Yeah.
All right. So from your new vantage point, the three of you can see most of this circle of devils, and there are a lot. There are probably close to 100 devils in this immediate area, maybe plus or minus more, and the Zariel, the Eye of Peller in the middle, just circling around about 10 feet off, and the big Kustosh is swinging, and Zariel's kind of toying with it. As it swings, it'll fly just a little out of reach and then back down, and you can hear the Kustosh bellow.
Come down and fight, or are you too scared? No. I'm just seeing what you're worth. Come, take back your maul, if you can.
And they just start trading blows again for a little while. It is epic. All right, you get a good view.
Benkuhm, they seem to be surprisingly honorable fighters. I wonder if we don't all attack, we might be able to draw out this fight even longer by going one-on-one.
As you say that, you look over, and the Eye of Peller just does a downward slam right on Kustosh's shoulders and just boom, knocks it to the ground. And then the Eye of Peller just floats down, all wings, just lands low, gets them all, and Kustosh like lifts his head up, blood just dripping down, and the eye looks at him and says,
Oh, it's been fun. But I have to go. Goodbye.
and she just uppercuts with the hammer, just straight up backhand, but upwards, and catches it full in the face. Gustav flips up over backwards and then lands, crushing an imp flat, and does not move. and the crowd goes wild.
Boo.
Well, we had a moment, now we missed it.
Pistache, Velvet, you're a cleric. You get a look. Pistache is like shaking and in the process of dying.
Could heal and bring him back up for a minute.
You whisper to Velvet.
Yeah.
Yeah, what level is it?
You're 50 feet away, which I believe Healing Word is like Mass Cure Wounds and Mass Healing Word are.
I got Cure Wounds at 7th level.
You have to touch.
Well,
I have
it
to
depends.
touch?
If it's
For
a
cure
mass,
wounds.
you don't.
Oh, that's true.
But
Oh,
you don't
yep,
want to.
that
You
is-
don't want to blow. You don't want to blow a mass on
Yeah.
freaking. No.
Like,
How far away from me is he?
50 feet.
No.
Sort of a question of like.
You could
how
do a
much
low level Healing Word just to get him up.
worth to them. Yeah.
Well, I was going to give Cure Wounds.
You gotta
You
be
have
up
to
close.
touch for your cure wounds, though.
Yeah, you have to be up close to touch him for that.
I don't have Healing Word.
Then never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, Felice does, and I was considering it before, but I don't even know if it's
Wait a minute. What's
one
prayer?
attack.
You look back, Darmita. You can see Felice standing near Benkuhm, who's busy trying to stand in front of Lulu, so just to kind of block some of the light.
I will
You can
advance
call back.
20 feet,
Okay.
Okay.
and I
go
will
ahead and move your-
cast. I will advance 20 feet, and I will cast Prayer of Healing.
That takes 10 minutes. Sorry, dude. You'll be long dead by then. That's something to do kind of between fights.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Felice.
That's okay. It's okay. Felice can maybe handle or do that. Save.
Wait. Do you want to?
wait, sorry. Do you just need to be next to the person? Is that your issue?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
For
okay.
cure wounds, yeah, you gotta put your hand on them.
Okay. Are
Can I-
they... Oh, and they're still around, so we can't do it stealthily.
Up to you.
How much stuff is around him that's I'm gonna attract attention?
No. Yeah, like...
There's
are they
several
dispersing, or
bearded
are they-
devils and barbed devils nearby, kind of ringing around, kind of
do it.
busy looking at this fallen giant.
Okay, I can't do anything then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
don't
we're
do it.
watching like Zariel about to just take flight and go after the other team.
Zariel
already
is
assumed,
relishing
or if
and
not?
like
Yeah, let's
cheering
wait
on
it
the
out.
crowd, like egging them on.
Oh, we need like someone to like heckle them and get like a
Yeah.
rouse. That'd be so
Yeah,
funny.
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cast. Can I do minor illusion and basically disguise my voice and throw my voice and
Yes.
basically be a heckle and say like, it would have been better if you gave a shot with the hammer.
That's amazing.
Can I get you to do a persuasion check, please?
It's like in Infernal. Just
Or
yeah,
deception.
in Inferno. Would have been better if
Deception.
yeah, deception.
Everyone's like, yeah, and Zariel's like,
We shall crush the demon hordes together!
yeah.
it would have been good if you tried it with a hammer. Give him a shot with the hammer.
Yeah, I want to see a bad fight.
Bring him back. Fight him fist to fist.
Everything kind of stops, and the crowd's like, and with 23, Zariel turns, looking away from you, kind of eyeballing this assembled crowd, and calls out,
Who doesn't believe? Someone lacks faith. I do not draw my strength from this.
and holds up the big hammer.
I draw my strength from you.
And the crowd just goes wild.
Amazing.
Zariel
Prove it.
throws. Did you say that? Yeah, you totally
I
did.
said it.
Nice.
I threw my prove it.
From a slightly different spot, and this imp is like, that wasn't.
It wasn't me.
And Zariel kind of spins around and stares at the imp, like scowls for a second, and then goes back to egging on the crowd, and literally throws the hammer at the feet of the fallen Kastash, who is still shaking in his possible death throes. It's getting close. Somebody's got to do something.
I do see I have healing word at first level, but it's not one that's been chosen on my screen.
I would let you switch that for Prayer of Healing, because, I mean, you're new to this edition. You don't know that would not help you in a combat scenario.
Oh, it's a first
If
level.
you would rather.
spell. And
Well,
I can
you
cast
can
it
cast-
higher.
Yeah, you can upcast it.
You can upcast it.
I got to figure out how to find it then.
Just go to your spell list
Manage
and
spells.
manage spells, yeah. And you'll
Zariel-
undo...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just undo your Prayer of Healing to give yourself the slot.
Zariel goes marching across, and all the other devils around this imp kind of take a step back, and the imp's like,
It wasn't.
and Zariel towers over this tiny imp and just cracks their knuckles, like, and looks down at the imp and says,
Do you doubt me?
Man, no, you're great.
it's now or never, Velvet.
Well, I can't find the damn spell.
Just spend a slot.
Yeah.
Spend a slot. Yeah.
I went to manage spells and it's not there.
Don't sweat it. You've got it.
Don't worry.
Instead of prayer, you didn't know prayer healing didn't work that way. So, new to the edition. So you can have healing words. Just spend a spell slot. What level do you want to cast it at?
Might as well hit him with the 6th level then.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Give him some
you want to
healing.
get rid of...
It's not that huge a heal.
So,
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Healing word is 1d4 hit points per level you cast it.
I would
Yeah.
do like a
Plus like
level...
3 or 4 depending on what your
Yeah, like a-
Yeah, I would do 2 or
Wisdom.
3. Level 2 or
It's
3.
your call, though. If you want him to have a bit more, then you can.
I'm always doing
We don't
I'll
want him
turn
to die,
Fleece.
right?
Yeah.
Right?
For the
Well-
I turn to Fleece and I'm gonna say, are you gonna cast Greater Invisibility? Like now's the time.
Oh yeah, it looks like that is the time now.
Because if Felice is gonna cast Greater Invisibility, I'm gonna bamf over.
Okay.
Double check the range.
So, Donnie,
And,
pick a spell slot. 6?
So if you do the healing word at like a 3rd level, you'll get 3d4 plus your level or plus your ability modifier.
Which
So-
is +4.
Yep.
Yeah.
You
So
know
pick a
what?
slot.
Don't even necessarily bother. I can take us over there. I'm going to Dimension Door me and Velvet over next to Kostash.
Okay, so while Velvet's like trying to call upon Ares, you just grab their shoulder and
Never mind. Yeah, exactly.
So
One would just
prior
hey.
to that, because you did want to do the like invisible thing, you like look over at Felice and like now. Before you were signaling to me, Todd, that I could maybe cast touch spells via the Tresemme. Is that
yeah, if
accurate?
you want to.
Can I get them into position?
You'd have
Can
to
I-
spend one of your shit wild shapes, and then it would
Great.
act like
no,
a
I'll totally
familiar.
do that. That's awesome. Yeah. So I like empower the bond between me and this flying cat. That
Nice.
has been
It's like
sort of
this glowing
off
green
camera, but here the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see
Um,
the like flash in their eyes or something totally, and they just brush by Fenris and you disappear.
All right. So Fenris is invisible.
No.
Velvet is not, and you're now standing next to the fallen Kastash. You can see Zariel right there, back turned, maybe 20, 30 feet away, back turned to you, just staring down at this imp with this half amused, half annoyed look on her face. This far as you can tell from this angle.
Let him get out.
So hit
Let
it
him
with
get
a
out.
cure wounds.
Cure wounds.
All right, so go ahead and roll. What level are you casting Cure Wounds at? Velvet.
I just did that healing one. 3d4.
Sure.
Gave him 7 points.
Nice. All right.
Before
plus-
we get to him,
Oh yeah, it's bonus. I mean, you can't combine things like that, but like Bread of Combat rounds, so that makes
Yeah.
total sense. You throw that
Yeah,
off, you
that's
get
fine.
teleport over, then you also do a cure or something. Cool.
I can do a
That's totally
cure.
reasonable.
Sure, if you want to.
Yeah, or you could say
The
whichever.
devils and
That's
stuff
why-
are
that's
busy
why I
staring
moved.
at
Yeah.
the Eye of Pelor and cheering. A few of the most recent ones that you're literally blocking the view can see Velvet, but are kind of just trying to look around like, ah! All right, you drop Cure Wounds into it. Go ahead and roll.
Yep.
So we got,
Did it roll?
there it goes. Ooh, 21. Nice. All right, 28 points of healing. Kastash stops shaking and just and then starts to lift its head. Just this ruin. One eye is completely just wrecked and swollen shut. You can't even see where the eye was. The other side of its face is pretty bloodied, but it picks itself up and begins standing up, and you instinctively take a step back. It is going to look around. All right. So, do me a favor, Donnie. Can I get
Yes.
you to roll a d20? Higher roll is more noticeable. I've already rolled mine.
15.
Kastash stands up, just holding its knees, and like stands up, towers over Velvet, and just looks down, all hunched, staring you in the face. The breath of this giant demon just fetid, and it makes your eyes water, especially with your strong sense of smell. And you're just like, oh, you want to throw up. And it just snarls. And then its gaze trails off of you and takes in the crowd and looks over at the semi-luminous form of the Archduke of Avernus with the back turned. And it snarls.
I said, give me my hammer.
It doesn't appear to have noticed the hammer yet.
It's right there. I
You-
say in Abyssal. Pick it up, you pussy, and show what a demon lord can do.
What? That's a law.
And it just reaches over you and you just get bashed out of the way. Just shoved as it steps past you and bends over and scoops up this hammer and just hefts it and holds it high. And it is now, it's like 20 feet above your head. And you're both stepping back, backing up. And Zariel starts to turn around and Kastash goes into a run.
Hey, I'm
Get out of
turning.
there!
I am changing form before he gets out of my range, and I
Okay.
am going to blow cold on his ass.
On Zariel
No.
or because
No,
We don't want to do that.
Don't do
on
that.
Kastash
No.
or Zariel?
Zariel.
No,
They're
no.
just out of range from where you are right now. But
Okay.
in a second you can. Kastash goes, stow! Just slamming, his feet tearing up the cobblestones. Zariel turns, and the look on Zariel's face is one of perplexedness. That's not the word I'm looking for. And just a little bit confused, and then angry, and then amused.
I guess you get your wish.
She says to the little imp, and the imp's like,
I didn't.
and then they meet again, and it just slams into Zariel. I'm just gonna roll here. You bought yourself a little bit of extra time. Actually, Zariel, at the very last second, sidesteps, and Kastash's hammer comes slamming down and just pastes the imp. Just
Okay. I whisper to Kuna, get out. Do not give attention to yourself. Like, you can't see me, but I'm invisible. And I just get out.
You're still in the inner ring, and the devils are going crazy, and you look around for an exit, and they've all begun to crowd in, and so it's really hard to find anywhere where there isn't devils. So you just look around. I know on the map there's a few gaps, but at a first glance, you would be hard-pressed to leave this right now by foot, just so you know. But
Okay.
Maybe
I'm not actually trying to leave. I'm not actually trying
Okay.
to leave. I'm telling Kunai to get out.
Kutenai is standing there just snarling, watching the fight. Oh, sorry, I moved you. There you go.
Yeah, I
But
was
nobody seems
actually-
to bat an eye.
I
Okay.
was actually trying to get in closer
Mhm.
to help Stash.
Sure.
I need to be within 15 feet of her.
It's a pretty dynamic battle. You go running forward, and Zariel just slams into Kastash. Not nearly with the same force as without the hammer, but enough to stagger it backwards a bit. And so as you go running forward, Kastash comes walking backward. You have to run out of its way. And Zariel kind of looks over at the pasted imp and gives a little and then turns full attention to Kastash. All right. Cutting back. Henrietta. You've been slashing at this thing for a couple of, like, effectively a couple rounds.
Yeah, if we look at my attacks from previously as like an average,
Oh, yeah.
how many rounds would it take to cut through this thing? Like 41 damage or something in one round?
Yeah, you're gonna do about 40 damage a round, and it's gonna it's been 2, 3, 4 swipes, and it's taking chunks out. You're over halfway through. One of the links is really just about broken, but it's tough stuff.
Oh, wow.
You've done 4 attacks with about 40. It's almost there. Maybe one more might do it. Go ahead and make
4
your attack.
attacks with about 40, so like 4 rounds passed it. You know what I'm saying? Passed.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So you're
Okay.
busy just hacking away at this chain. Meanwhile, the Brock is getting closer and closer.
Okay, that's another 23.
23. All right. The one side is broken and it's starting to stretch, but the
Okay.
other side is still pretty. It's holding on. You can pay
Second
attention
attack.
to the Brock or take another swing. Your call.
Well, I get 2 attacks in a round,
Go for
like
it.
as an action. Can I do that and then still do a bonus action, or do I need to
Yeah,
pay
yeah.
attention to the rock?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, cool. Okay,
Woo.
that hits.
That's a
That's another
32.
23 damage.
Natural 19 and 23. The link shatters and goes back along the shore and bloop into the sticks. The side
Longer than I
that is
thought.
on the shore just falls limp. And there's this strange, very strange, as this pulse of the whatever. It's not just metal. It's a kind of devilish magic to which just let go. So there's this mild shockwave that goes out in all directions, and it goes hundreds, if not thousands of feet, as one of these chains gives way with a resounding clash.
Wow. That was a lot that I had to dish into that. trying to figure out if there's anything way I can like. All right, this is what you're good for, sword. Amp it up. But I guess not.
You tell the sword that, and the sword says, and the sword, it doesn't talk, but it does.
It's not letting me do any damage. I get it. Like...
It is, it's bizarre because this sword gives you impulses and senses of emotion, and you get this elation from the sword, this happiness, but you also get this hunger, this drive to like slay that which is evil. And it's almost like, it's not Spidey sense, but it's almost this Spidey sense as it senses the incoming Brock. What do you want to do as a bonus? Or was that your bonus?
I'm going to cast Sanctuary on myself.
Nice.
I don't know if this will work or not. I'm not attacking people, so hopefully it won't break it, but it'll at least get me to my next turn.
Absolutely. All right.
I'm like, not right now. Protecting people, it's more important.
As you cast that, the rock, and it looks at you, and its eyes slide off of you, and it goes down to the chain, and then it looks below, and there's a lemure there, and the rock's like, and goes down and just lays into it. At which point, several other devils come leaping up over kind of the embankment and pile on the rock, and it tries to flap away, and it's a whole thing going on. Meanwhile, Falurie finally cuts through on the other side. You know that because you hear that.
Nice. Wasn't sure if that was going to work.
Of the chains falling, but it took a little bit longer. All right.
Great.
And
I don't know how long it takes to get to the next chain. That might be one turn of movement. That might be a whole round of moving. I don't know.
It's going to take a little... Well, you've got 90 feet. You fly real fast.
I got some speed, yeah.
Yeah. So
I take off to the next one, and we see what happens.
All right.
So does Falurie. Falurie's got a pretty good speed, too.
Yeah,
absolutely. 16. And Falurie is going to stay, basically, motions to you. Like, as you stop at the next chain, Falurie leapfrogs you and goes to the chain after that to keep you in sight. But
totally.
That way you can do two at a time.
Yeah, we're not doing the outside. We're going two at a time. That's actually
exactly.
Smarter.
It's a little safe. You hear her say as she flies by. Safer.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, cut back. Kustosh is not looking good. He did heal up a fair bit, but Zariel is no slouch. But in its weakened form, it only had 28 hit points, and some of those went away. So Zariel is still winning the fight.
Is she still advancing?
Actually, at this point, Zariel gives a little look and kind of swings towards the crowd and swings around, literally flying over Donnie, over Velvet, and just ignoring the wolf, and gets on this side and does a flurry of attacks, and each fist strike is flashing with fire as well, and drives it back into the crowd, and the crowd just begins to grab on to one of the limbs, and Kustosh, they're trying to grapple him as a legendary action, as a lair action, really. As a lair action. The devils pile on Kustosh, and Zariel doesn't call them out for doing it. Instead, Zariel's like,
now, I'll defeat you again, so you don't forget who the real Lord of Avernus is.
Give her 18 points of damage.
You do?
She just got frozen.
Nice. She steps forward to, like, she starts raising a hand towards Kustosh, like Darth Vader style. And at that point, this blast of furious cold swirls around the Eye of Pelor, and she flinches a little bit, and kind of freezes. Literally.
She needs to make a save.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. How do I figure out which one she gets on the save on that?
I think it's
Probably
a
Constitution
Constitution save, I'm
dexterity.
guessing.
Yeah, one of those two. It might be Dexterity to dodge. Then just trying to dodge, but whatever.
Interesting. All right. What's your DC?
That's
Your
what I was
spell.
trying to figure out.
It's
I
just
think
at the top of your
previously-
spell.
Yeah. Well, this is the
Nine. My level is 19.
I'm just looking to see if I can find it quick.
Yeah, I think
This-
last time we either used the
It's
raw
probably
stats of a
17.
Winterwolf, the
Oh, right.
casting spell save of
Right.
Cleric, or we used your Constitution as a spell save generator, which is what the Winterwolf does by book, anyway.
Mhm.
So con is +3.
Yeah, it just means that it'd be better than what's in the book for the Winterwolf because you have higher proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
If you
So
wanna
it's going to
calculate it
basically
that way.
be. You're going to make me look this up, aren't you? All right, I'll look it up again.
What? It's what, 16?
It's a deck save.
Okay.
It's on my sheet here. I just saw it.
And what's it
Just
say?
auto fail it. They weren't paying attention.
What's
Wink.
the? Well, here's the other
15,
thing. So 15. All right.
DC 15.
Zariel. It shrugs in the cold slightly, and chooses to pass the save, and just no damage.
Okay. Half damage.
No damage.
Nope.
For some reason, you're not sure why.
But
She's ice
she's-
encrusted, and she just turns her head, and Kastash kind of takes the moment and pulls its limb free from a handful of barbed devils and lemures, and Zariel turns around and looks at the wolf, and just
And what, pray tell, are you doing here? Velvet.
Blowing smoke up your ass.
at which point Kastash takes a sucker punch.
Thank you. I'm helping Kastash here.
All right.
I think all of us on the sidelines see this blast of cold and it's oh, that's different than usual. So even if we don't have a great line to Velvet,
can-
we get the idea.
You get the idea.
Police turns to Benkuhm oh, I guess we're started then. I suppose it's time.
All right. Kastash sucker punches Zariel in the back of the head, who stumbles a little forward under the mass, almost stepping on the wolf, and just turns around and extends one
Yes, I
arm
didn't get a chance to
backwards towards Velvet with a finger outstretched with a pointer, and as if wait, and just turns around and let's say okay, sure, goes ahead and spends two legendary actions, and Kastash bursts into flame. He's still maybe alive, but bursts into flame. You're getting to see a little bit of preview. Ooh, yeah, no. Okay. Kastash. Oh. Ooh, what's the strength? Hold on. Oh no. Kastash bursts into flame and just liquefies into ichor. Just
No.
all right. What do you want to do?
She's got her full attention on me, right?
Well,
does she
her
turn
hand
back
is
to them?
towards you, as though wait, but her head is turned back to where she lit Kastash up. the hammer clang clang to the ground, and she bends over, takes a few steps away, takes one step away really, and bends down and scoops up this hammer, and shakes off the ichor, and then turns around.
What was this circular disc? What is the circular disc there?
It's just a decoration on the ground. It's kind of a plaque that wasn't destroyed in Elturel quite yet.
It doesn't have any elevation on it?
It's slight.
Meaning
but
I can't hide behind it?
Unfortunately, it's kind of a pretty wide open space. And also, it's a ring of devils who are busy jeering and hissing and howling.
So I'm still right there then.
You don't have to be right up in the face. You can go running around. Like, you got quick movement. So you go do a quick circuit to look for an easy out. And you're pretty well surrounded. And Zariel just looks at you. At this moment, I think, Gordon, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm going to use Minor Illusion again.
Okay.
I'm going to throw my voice, and
Sure.
I'm going to say, "The demons are coming."
You go to speak and do that, and you hear it,
Yeah.
but something else drowns you out as you do that. You're like,
Okay.
the demons are coming. This lemure, it came out of its mouth, and it's like, but as that happens, boom. The shockwave has reached here from that chain falling,
The chain.
and you're all just like, and Zariel turns their head sharply in that direction.
Someone is trying to save the city.
The demons are coming.
You can try. You can go ahead and do a persuasion check or deception.
And the demons are coming. Yeah, just either one's the same bonus.
coming.
Yeah, 17.
Zariel doesn't seem to care.
Yeah.
Just kind of tuning it out and just laser vision off in that direction that you saw Henrietta fly.
Okay.
Can I potentially, because I'm exactly 90 feet right now
Yep.
from Zariel. Can I cast, or it's already cast at this point. I have to mark. Would I be able to mark her?
Do me a favor. What's your initiative bonus?
+5?
Go ahead and roll a d20 and add 5.
Okay. Well, hot shit.
What'd you do?
I don't know yet.
Oh, okay. Just getting that out of the way.
Just getting that out of the way. Yeah.
Ooh. Roll to
20.
15.
Dirty
20 in total. Dirty 20. Dirty 20 beats a dirty 15. You just poke out your head and you look at Zariel and you're like, you whisper your mantra. Did we ever establish what that was?
No.
It was a
don't
saying
think we
that your
we
dad
did.
used to do. But I don't think
did
we ever
way
decided
back.
what. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we did
internet.
way back with the hag, or with the succubus.
Do you remember what it was? Okay, internet.
Don't remember.
Here's our first call to the internet. So, internet, Darmita
What's my
whispers
mantra?
something. What is her mantra exactly? So,
Something
internet,
my
we need
dad
you.
used to say.
Something her dad used to say whenever he wanted to target something. And Darmita also does this. So, internet, what is it that she whispers under her breath every time she hunter's marks? That's a pretty big one.
You're giving up a lot of power there. That's
I think Darmita's cool with this.
I mean,
It's a whisper. It's fine. All right.
Yeah.
And Todd,
suck on a dick. I don't know.
do I quite understand why she resisted my cold breath?
Probably because she's a demon lord. That
She
She
is
could have
a
used
devil
one of her
lord?
legendary
Devil lord.
reactions.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I was hitting her from behind so that she didn't know it was coming.
Yeah, but many of the creatures, like devil lords, they're resistant to most things, like
Or
or
immune.
immune, flat out.
Immune to cold.
I don't think.
Or
Your
resistant.
monk is elsewhere. Your monk could extract aspects. And no.
No,
but there is a
that's
reason.
No,
Oh, not
No.
this monk.
no,
Cobalt
Falurie is not a cobalt soul.
We're not
That's
that kind of.
only, yeah,
Oh,
That
that is
is
a homebrew.
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 Not a-
Okay.
yeah. That's
There's,
a
like, an
that's a
official source book
specific
now right there.
feat
Yeah.
to cobalt soul.
All right. Next up, as you mark Zariel, just with do you see in chat, Darmita? Or
No.
Bela?
I'm not on. I
So
didn't
Yalfin,
sign
thank
on.
you. So
Oh, God, Yalfin.
Darmita whispers under her breath. My name is Darmita. My father is dead. Prepare to die. For you may take our breweries, but you will never take our beer. This is the longest mantra ever. It goes on. You are not your hit points. You are not your armor. You are the all-singing, all-dancing crap of the world. She has to whisper that, or some of that, every time. That's a long bonus action. Thank you, Yalfin. All right. As you do that, you just got it on as Zariel extends a hand for a second back towards Velvet, and you're all like, "Ugh," and then lowers it to the ground, and these flames just go around her and burn upwards, consuming her entirely. And Zariel is not there anymore.
She bamfed out of here.
Probably, yeah.
All right. We got to get over there. As fast as we can.
The devils in the area, some of them cheer, some of them are like, "Is that it?" And then a few of them are like, "Hey." And the ones closest to Velvet take a few steps forward, and you are surrounded, Velvet. All right. And with that, I think we're going to take our first break of the evening.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Oh
right.
my god, shit, what the hell?
Darmita, I will remind you, you get a sense, not far away, but a little more than 100 feet that way.
Is where
You
she
can
is.
sense where she teleported to.
Yep.
So
That's
it's
what
not
I
a
figured.
long range.
No.
But it's out of line of sight. And with that, we're going to take our first break. Internet, don't forget, we always love your suggestions. And you're welcome to help us name our episode and so on. And thanks for joining us. We'll be back in, let's say, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
If she's,
All right.
you said she's 100 feet?
She's about 120 feet, kind of further west.
She's still within my range.
Yep.
Yeah, as long as you can see her. Can't right now.
She's not in line of sight. You get the
Right.
idea of, like, You get
But
the
if
little.
I
If you close
if I
your
fly
eyes, you're like,
up, I
"She's
could
moving."
potentially see her
Absolutely. And we'll find
Okay.
out what happens next
when we come back.
when we come back. Thanks. And after the thanks, Elfin. And after the fight, everybody dies. Nice. She chants that whole thing. I'm gonna say it one more time. Actually, do you mind, Bella? Could you say the whole thing? Do you want to copy it?
I would have. Let me sign on during the
All right.
break.
When we come back. It's not the same if I say it. All right, we'll be back. Thanks.
We're
It'll be
screwed.
fine.
It'll
We're
be.
Somehow figure out how to do
fine.
200 damage in one turn. That's all.
How did you know it was 200?
Because you told me the math.
Because of math. Damn it, math. All right, we are gonna come back. Let's do this. Hi, Internet. Welcome back. We're gonna be picking up right where we left off, if memory serves. Oh, right, we were in hell. All right, let's go take a look. So, cut to Falurie flies past Henrietta, gets to the chain, lights up the blade again, and starts hacking away. Meanwhile, Henrietta, to the nearby chain, you fly a little bit closer, and this one actually extends on an upward angle, probably about not quite 45 degrees, and you can see it as it goes up. You can actually see towards the base this swarm of demons surrounding it, like almost boiling up out of the sticks on that side near that chain, and they begin to climb this infernal. Just you see a few things flying past. A Casimir goes again, thankfully just out of reach, and it's intent on going up towards the city. But near where you are, you can see a couple of Dretches and a Hezru, this massive frog-like spiked demon, just begin to climb up. It's probably only about... Now, this doesn't show elevation, so it's probably about 20 or 30 feet below you, and about...
Oh, huh? Okay.
Maybe...
You said there's only like 50 feet to the whole chain at this point, isn't there?
Yeah. Well,
not including diagonality.
Yeah,
but
a little bit more because of the Pythagorean theorem. Pythagorean. All right. And they said you'd never use it.
I'm still not using it. I'm going to round to 50.
All right. You are there. You are with your chain. What do you want to do?
Yeah, depending on, like, if this waste, I don't know exactly about movement and how much that has been spent and how long it took to get here and blah, blah, blah. On the way, I want to see if I can find the, like, a best spot to go for if, like, it's thinner near the hooks or something. I don't know why it would be. I feel like that would be, like, stronger, but, you know, like, just in case there's something I'm missing out on, I'm going to take a brief glance on that. And then I'm just going to try and be as high up as I can so that I don't, like...
Fair enough.
You know, climbing is slow. There's a good chance I can get a few turns before I have to deal with these friends.
All right, so your massive
You're looking
angel
for the
wing.
weakest link.
Yeah.
Roll
for
that's
weakest
correct.
link. Weakest link. Perception check, please.
Cool.
Or investigation, but it's going to take longer if it's investigation.
Yeah, I don't want to investigate. This is a quick glance. It's a 12. I don't find it. I just start hacking.
Yeah, you're just like, that's when you spot the Hezru. You're like,
This is the, like, I don't have time for this.
Yeah.
Can Falurie do a perception to see if she can find?
Absolutely. Go ahead. I done ran down a map.
20.
20.
Dirty 20.
All right, Falurie finds a relatively weakened chain already and begins hacking away at it. There are a few devils down at the base near Falurie, but not paying any attention to her. She is a shadow monk and not glowing in the dark like the angelic Paladin bard transformed. So, although the blade is luminous, it doesn't seem to be attracting too much attention. So Falurie gets a couple of free shots. Just roll damage for me, Darmita. I believe it's 2d6 plus mod.
Plus, so for Falurie, with most, I was noticing, because I can't add the weapon to her inventory, so I was noticing most of her stuff, and I believe I was able to use it with Dex. Is she able to use this with Dex?
It is a finesse weapon.
So then that would be 9.
2d6 plus 9?
2d6 plus 9.
Whoa. All right, go ahead and roll. She gets
so...
2 attacks with that.
Okay, so I'll do...
And on Falurie's behalf, I'm going to say Flurry of Blows, so you get 3 attacks.
Okay, so...
Yeah, I was wondering about that. If
actually, it's probably
actually
4.
doing damage, then that
it's probably 4
dramatically
attacks now that I
changes
think
the ETA. But probably she can't punch a chain. So otherwise, why do we even get these swords, right?
Oh, right, Flurry of Blows has to be unarmed, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so just 2 attacks.
So it's 4d6 plus 9.
I'm wrong, aren't I? Can you
4d6 plus 18.
Can you use any monk weapon for flurry, or does it have to be unarmed? Do you remember this?
I think
Gordon?
I
You
gotta
played the
look.
monk most recently.
I think it has to be unarmed. Last I read. Internet? Anybody want to correct us?
So Flurry of Blows, after you take an action on your turn, you can spend a key. It has to be to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action.
You know what? She can claw at it. She's got talons. They're magical. So you can...
I mean, they are magical, but, you know.
So she's I'm gonna, on Carl's behalf. Carl? Sorry you couldn't be with us, buddy. He's moving right now. I'm gonna, on his behalf, spend some Flurry of Blows.
So there's
do that,
32.
Yeah, and then roll 2 more d6.
2 hit.
Yeah, and roll 2d6 plus 18 for unarmed talon strikes.
Ooh, 25.
Oh, nice. All right, so 57. All right, keeping track. All right, Henrietta, go ahead. How much damage do you deal this round? I'm gonna say you can buy the hits to smack the chain.
I'm going to hopefully
you can roll if you
time
want.
on the way over to shrug off my sword and my shield so I could two-hand this, because I was being a little bit
cautious.
What do you call it? Cautious before, because I didn't realize it would take so long. So
no problem.
I am going to up my damage a fair amount, actually.
Yeah.
Let me get this in here.
2d10 plus all that.
Wait, 2d10? What are you talking about?
Oh, sorry. No. What is the damage on this? I think I told you, right?
It's a normal longsword at base, right? Unless you wanted it to be upped for some reason, and then it does bonus radiant damage.
Right, that's it. I was looking at the other one, the other thing.
All right, so the damage is 1d10. The magic bonus is 2. It's strength. The second damage is
Dungeons and Math.
And it's radiant. And it's slashing, in case we care. In case that comes up. Alright.
Absolutely.
Right.
You hit, but it doesn't do crit damage.
Yeah.
AC is 19, just so you know. So you just...
Oh
wait, no! You miss. In your haste, your first shot. Ting! Sorry. I guess I am making you roll. Alright. Roll again for your second attack, or just take the other one. Okay. 17 again. You just seem to be distracted, and the chain is shifting slightly. The whole of Elturel starts to tilt kind of funny, because 2 of the chains are now loose, and
3 and 4 on the die.
Yeah, that's not going to help you. Alright. Don't roll so low.
Yeah, I mean, I was just rolling damage, and you said I could buy it, but whatever, you know.
Yeah, I changed my mind. Booyah. Falurie can buy it. Alright. Go ahead. The Hezru gets a little closer, but is not quite up to you yet. It does see you.
Sure.
and it's just trying to climb the chains.
While it's not in my range, can I know whether or not this broke my sanctuary? Sanctuary reads that the worded creature makes an attack or casts a spell that affects an enemy creature, the spell ends. Question is, does that extra caveat apply to the attack as well, or only the spells?
You're attacking the chain, not that creature, and therefore, it does not break it. So you still have sanctuary.
Well, but worth mentioning.
All right. Second round of attacks. Go ahead and make your rolls. Somebody want to roll for Falurie?
So, I just realized I didn't actually roll for Falurie.
That's okay. We're
the
buying
last time.
those.
So I will do it now.
Sure.
So that's a 25 for the first attack.
Hit.
A
And Henrietta as well on
17
both swings.
for the second.
That second one misses
Misses.
for Falurie.
And then flurry of blows again.
Yep.
That's 23.
All right. That hits.
And that wasn't.
And then
Oh, so close to a crit. 19. All right.
yeah.
So Henrietta has a hell of a round just hacking away at this. Like, part of it is you've been a pacifist for most of your life. All of a sudden, swinging swords and stuff. Like, all right, remember your training.
22.
I don't know how this works.
All right,
So
both of those
Cool.
hit. Do up the damage, please. I see yours. So 16 slashing. Wait, that's a lot of.
The
What is all that?
pluses are assuming or are guessing if it's a crit. Because I rolled twice, and the machine is guessing if this is a crit, add this
Oh,
damage. If it's not a crit,
okay.
don't add this damage.
Okay,
I
so
don't have anything to
22,
reason, so.
and then, and the second one.
I mean, technically, if a creature can't see you attacking, that's not a creature.
You're just trying to find the weak spots and get a good solid hit. All right, you both hits pretty solid, and you're taking chunks out of it. Falurie.
so
Whoa,
49 for Falurie.
Nice,
For last
nice,
time on
nice.
That first one.
That first chain, the first side of the link goes, and it starts to creak. The second half of that link is still holding, and the whole thing is just stretching out a little bit. All right. At this point, so you're working the chains, and the Hezru starts to get close, and Henrietta's just flying with those massive wings, and it looks up at you, and it is going to see if it can attack you. Not with that roll. 4 and a 2. All right, so
Yeah,
it looks at
my
you
20
and then hisses off to the side. Like, it looks at you and its eyes glance off of you, and it looks over kind of right between the chains and goes... And you hear this other echoes from demons down below. And then a few seconds later, this massive burst of flames happens right in the center between the two chains. Oh, sorry. Back towards the chain that you have just cut. So, just pretend the map looks the same, even though it's plain red. And, grab somebody here.
It's
Oh, I did not expect.
like a double summoning thing.
Actually, nope, sorry, not yet. They're all just hissing. That's
Okay.
it so far. Okay.
Sorry, Todd. I made
yeah?
a mistake. I added the double modifier to because I didn't hit twice on the first one.
You should do that.
So it.
No, that's right.
No, it should be less 9, so 40.
Oh, okay.
40
No problem.
damage. My
That's fine.
apologies.
It's still getting there.
Plus 18 on damage, yeah.
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 That's okay. All right. Next up.
I did the 2d6 right.
Yeah.
I just added the 18.
Absolutely. All right. Dungeons and Man. All right, coming
if
up
we were
next.
working together, could we sneak attack the chain?
You probably
I'm hiding.
could. Don't look at me, Chain. All right, so the creature the Hezru doesn't seem to be paying much attention to Henrietta right now. You can stick around for another round, or you can try to deal with that thing or something else. What do you want to do, Henrietta?
Oh, I'm just gonna keep hacking at this.
All right.
Let's see. How much have I done? I've done.
Off in the distance, you hear the terrible roars of battle. You hear this strange.
Here she comes.
Yeah, this is gonna take far too long, but we'll try it. It's fine.
Oh, nice.
Okay, the hit. Whoa, what? Yeah, 3d10. That can roll that high. Okay.
Wow. All right.
And
One hit
again.
does 32 points of damage.
Oh,
Just clang.
I totally screwed up again. I haven't been adding a d4 to my attacks
Yeah.
for
That's true.
Falurie. I will do that this time.
You haven't missed
All
yet,
right.
have you?
And 24.
I did. I missed once.
Oh.
With a 17, a d4 could have made that
Oh.
hit.
So, Henrietta, you're hacking away at this with the sword of Zariel, and she's like slicing through, but not doing quite enough. And then, bang! The first half of the link now gives way, and it starts to stretch, but it's not going to break without a little extra. You're almost there.
I mean, I'm only past halfway, right?
Why is
Maybe,
this?
But
maybe not even.
It takes extra damage from like the stretching pull of the whole thing. So it's on the way.
All
right.
I'll spend. Can I smite this or not? Is it not like?
Yeah, you
reasonable
can
because
totally
it's-
smite that.
Okay, I think it might be like a creature.
Yo,
own thing,
bro,
but
you
still
smite that.
thematically appropriate. Let's
Yeah.
throw some smites down. How much damage do I get for a smite?
Smites are no joke.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I missed
Smite
both.
Is
Ah, Falurie just
2d8 for a
looks
first.
over, takes in Henrietta just to make sure, and cling, hits the chain, but doesn't seem to be doing enough damage. It's scoring along the surface, leaving these yellowish purple blade marks etched into the metal, but not cutting it.
I'll do a second level to do an extra 3d8.
Absolutely.
I just gotta get back over here. I'll just roll it as the dice. Extra 14.
Nice. All right.
Hopefully that saves a turn.
Yeah, getting there, getting there. I'm rounding a little. All right.
Appreciate it.
Falurie,
So can
unfortunately, slows down. Can
Now,
still
the way
Hmm?
I'm reading this, with the flurry of blows, it says immediately after you take an attack. It doesn't say after you hit.
do. Yeah, you don't have
So
to hit.
can you?
Yeah, you can flurry.
So can I use the 2 key points and do?
Absolutely. And in fact, Falurie's wings are keeping it aloft, and then slashing away with the sunblade, and then scratching away with the claws on its feet.
Talon feed, yeah.
Yeah, the talon feet are just busy, just scratching at this infernal iron.
What the hell?
It's just not finding purchase. This one was made well, and there's just very few weak spots.
I mean, I believe we detected the one that is the weakest.
I know.
Did.
Maybe it was lying. It is an infernal iron. 24
that
hits.
one hits.
I don't know. I think for that detection, we should have a bandit release hits. Wing. I don't know. Or better damage. It's probably just better damage. I'm just messing with you.
You picked the one with the least HP.
Yeah, exactly. Not the least AC.
Like, that one's rusty. Hit that one.
All right.
No, the rest of them.
Go ahead and roll some talon damage.
All right. So
Nice.
this would be just 1d6 plus 9, right?
Oh, is this is another round?
No.
Technically rounding
use
at the
flurry.
last round.
Flurry. This is the flurry blows. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Just making sure I know.
1d6 plus, 9. I think. 1d6. Yeah, something like that. All right.
11
Nice.
to add to my already 90
The chain
90 something.
is, you're both chipping away at it, but it's still holding until there's this Falurie. No, sorry, not Falurie. Henrietta. Henrietta, you're just looking at this being like, break! And you raise the sword, and one of those lightning bolts just down from above and hits the blade, not doing any damage to you, that arcs off the blade and deflects into the chain, and another one shatters. Yalfin, thanks for the plot point, redemption. The chain cracks in a certain point. That one cracks, and again, you get that pulse outwards.
Cool.
All right.
Push off with my wings and head over to Falurie's to finish that.
The Hezru that was going after Henrietta does get a turn. So as the chain breaks and it's like holding onto it, it reaches up to you, Hans Gruber style, and takes a swing at you. Or tries. What's the DC?
18.
18? It succeeds. So it's going to take a shot at you as it falls.
Okay, I gotta make sure I don't include my shield because I'm not using it right now.
Absolutely.
So, alright, take a shot.
Alright, gotta look up Hezru.
You could have just missed. Come on.
I know.
Save yourself some work.
No, I want
Make both of us happy.
I want this. I gotta hurt you. I gotta rip you up some. Alright, so the Hezru takes a swing. That's gonna hit with a 21.
That'll hit,
probably.
Yeah.
And so you take 15 points of slashing damage.
Cool, I'll take that.
Alright. As the chain falls and the Hezru falls down to the ground about 40 feet below and tumbles down, unable to reach you. But you do take a nasty slash on your leg. Alright. Coming up next. You can... What do you want to do, Henrietta?
I try and do like a flyby basically to do the one slash at Falurie's and continue on to the next chain.
You've got 90 feet of movement.
Do it as I'm going and
absolutely
try and get to the next chain as well, though.
Yeah, it's about 80 feet.
Try and break our pattern. I'm just gonna try and get one last hit. And
take a swing. Go for it. You can cover that. It's about 80 feet away. So you go and brandish your sword. It's like trailing along, casting shadows. There's this brilliant blue and yellow light.
Okay, it's 2 hands. Keep getting those crits on the second dive, and not good enough. I gotta find.
You know what?
On this.
Falurie is flanking the chain.
That's stupid and doesn't make sense.
I love it.
Well, if you want to take it, you can take it.
I
get 2 attacks here.
Falurie's like, grabs the chain and just shifts it a little with its claws as you go by, and you get a solid shot.
And that's a crit.
42 radiant plus 24 slashing.
That's a big round. And the chain.
And that was only 1 attack, but I guess I don't use my second if it's gone.
No. So you just keep on flying. And Falurie is holding the severed halves of the chain, like 5-foot chain, just above Falurie's head.
Good job, let's go!
And lets it drop and looks at it and was like, Alright, you keep flying.
Actually, can I bonus action cast Sanctuary on her as well? Because it's not concentration.
Sure.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'm marking it the first level slot. But that seems to be working pretty well. I think I can do that, right?
All right.
If I can't, I'll retro not do that. But
no, you totally can.
I'm pretty sure that's legal.
All right. Meanwhile,
good.
Somewhere, Zariel does not seem very happy, but you can't see them right now. Instead, what you see is a ring of probably about 100 devils, all slowly taking in what's in the middle. There's a lone wolf in the middle of this ring of devils, and they're all snarling and hissing and calling out at you in Infernal. Some of them hissing in it. Do you speak Infernal, Velvet?
I don't think.
All right. Well, you don't know what they're saying. Fenris, you speak Infernal, and you're in the ring. You can hear some of them calling.
On myself.
You speak Infernal.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So you both understand as they're like, turned it did. And the other ones are like, turncoat. And it's like, one of the horn devils, almost directly behind you, presses itself past all the minor devils and steps forward and calls out to you, Velvet.
We heard.
Wrong voice.
We heard Nishida turned, and here is her pet wolf. Where is your master, little doggy?
Fenris, roll a d6.
Okie dokie.
Actually, d4. It's been a while.
D4.
Yeah.
1.
Okay. All right. Velvet, you take a few steps back from this horn devil. You're kind of pretty much right in the center of this this area.
I'm casting Death Ward on myself.
Good call. All right. You reach up, grab your amulet of your symbol to... Oh, you're wolf. So you just kind of paw at your chest for a second, and you're a shifter, so you have to kind of go halfway to cast. But, yep.
Are there like okay. I'm gonna try one last kind of throw my voice.
Sure.
And I'm gonna say the demons are really coming, they're all gonna be here soon.
The redcoats are coming. The
They're
redcoats.
coming, like forget about this lone kind of miscreant. The demons are coming.
Roll
chains are
persuasion.
breaking.
Roll deception, please, sir.
It's the same bonus, so sure. $19.
19. All right. Some of the nearby devils that can overhear it start turning and looking into the sky, and sure enough, they do see some, but at a distance. And a few of them break off and start organizing themselves into ranks. You see an ice devil believe it, and is like,
I Gerardi.
so a couple of them are buying it. But the horn devil that's closest to Velvet continues taking his steps forward, and looks down at Velvet, and almost in answer, calls out to kind of the devils behind it, and says,
And when the demons come, we will drive them back to the abyss, along with any traitors.
that last one was directed at you, Velvet. Okay. Fenris,
Mm-hmm.
you
I
can
put
see
both
your
of me in
hands.
there to make it like I'm half and half.
Yep, no problem. Fenris, it's been a minute. Your invisibility, gone.
As I feel it going though.
You
Okay.
don't. It's not your
I
spell.
don't. Oh, I don't. That's right. Touche.
Yep. So you're just like,
Um,
oh crap.
Right.
Felice knows that it was about to stop. What do you want to do? As a bunch of devils take a few steps towards you.
At this
Okay.
point,
At this point, I'm actually going to call out to all of them, and I'm going to say, enough. I'm here on business with Zariel. I'm a wayfarer, and we have business together.
Roll a deception check. Or persuasion. Your call. Depends on whether you mean it.
It's
Don't even tell us if
persuasion?
you don't want to.
maybe. Okay.
It's the
I'm
same.
not going
bonus.
to tell you if I'm telling the truth. That's how good the deception is.
Yeah, I know. I'm not
I
gonna say.
might be truthful.
29. Natural 19. So eat that.
So, a couple things happen as the devils begin to kind of rush around you. Some of them are just outside of reach right now, but it wouldn't take long for them to... You see chain devils nearby, like the chains starting to slither along the ground towards you. And the horn devil that's in front of Velvet looks over at you and says,
"Why should I believe you, puny mortal?"
At this point, can I run in? Remember, I'm going to use my dash and my action to run in.
Okay.
I look like them now.
Yep.
And
you look like a bearded
I'm just
devil.
going to be like, he's telling the truth. I'm here to escort him on
Roll
Zariel's
deception,
orders.
please.
Oh, fuck. This isn't my thing. It's his thing. I mean, I am proficient, so... 22.
Nice.
Ooh.
The horn devil takes you both in and frowns, and it starts to protest. And it's like, and it kind of,
And I just stand up.
yeah, and it kind of looks back, and it just waves a hand, a clawed mitt at these other bearded devils, who all kind of take a step back, and the bearded devil barks out at them in Infernal.
Well, you heard the scouts. Form up. The devils are coming. And you, get him to Zariel. If you've got business, don't waste my time here.
Hey, let's get the hell out of here.
Right. Yeah.
And I will take Coot and I by the, scruff like I'm, manhandling
scruff.
her.
I'm half now.
Oh, okay.
Still grabs you by the scruff.
Yeah, and like I'm manhandling her, like I will deliver this one personally to Zariel to wipe out.
The massive horn devil grabs onto Velvet, or tries to. You can try and avoid if you want.
Me? Yeah.
Do an athletics or acrobatics check.
Can I be helping and assisting with this?
Sure, you
since
can have advantage with this.
I also have hold of her,
Yeah, so that's
because
advantage.
I'll be pulling her away.
Yeah.
Okay, try that again. With advantage.
Oh.
13's not much, so hopefully we can get higher than that.
Yeah, hopefully.
Ooh, 11. Unfortunately, even with the help, your one hand gets grabbed by the horn devil and it pulls you back, and you're stretched
I get a
between the
plus
two
4.
of them.
I get a plus 4 on that, don't I?
Even still,
You get a
I-
D4.
Save.
I rolled
No,
really
you don't.
high. You don't in this case. I rolled a
Okay.
19, so it's probably not going to help you. That's 25 is the number to beat.
Yeah, no. And
So
it's not a
Kutna-
save.
Sorry, Velvet gets grabbed as Darmita tries to pull you both along, and the horn devil calls over to the bearded devil that is Darmita and says,
No. This prize, this traitor's pet, is mine to deliver.
Well, okay, here we go then.
Do
at which point you hear a voice call out. Oh, hold on, I gotta get the correct voice here. You hear a voice call out and say, "Oh no, you don't. Back away." And I need a name of this horn devil, internet. A name for a horn devil. As
What?
on the opposite side of this ring, the minor devils scurry out of the way as an Arrhenius, a familiar Arrhenius, steps through.
Yeah.
Walking in is Sarnia into the ring, and she calls out to this horn devil. "You are not taking them. I am." Somebody, let's say, somebody, go ahead and roll deception on behalf of Sarnia.
I'll
With
do it.
advantage.
Go for it.
I'm taking them in, Kevorkian. Not you.
Can I bite the hand that's trying to grab me in the first place?
Yes, you can. You can bite the hand that feeds you, too.
So it's a natural 19. This is my first roll.
That's pretty good.
Very
I
good.
need to hit him.
All right. AC 18.
Well, hold on. He might actually free you.
Yeah. Doesn't mean that Velvet didn't bite. So,
Yeah, I'm going to bite him.
Playing an unruly prisoner.
yep.
You're not disguising yourself as one of them.
All right. How'd you do on your
Well-
attack there, Velvet?
I rolled a 13 for the bite.
That's,
but I
I
don't
think,
know what I
plus
would
7
add.
or something.
It'll be your proficiency, so at least 5, right? Plus whatever your strength is.
For a bite attack?
Yeah, it's on your sheet, but- It's proficiency
It's at least
plus
a
3.
plus 7.
Yeah, exactly.
It's at
Oh,
least
strength.
plus 7.
So
Strength
20 is
plus-
enough. So go ahead and roll the damage of a bite attack.
2d6 plus 4.
So, as Sarnia steps forward, the Horn Devil Kevorkian starts to, like, take half a step back, and Velvet's teeth just...
10 points of damage. 10 points of damage.
So you drew blood on this Horn Devil, and it's super furious, but
Hopefully enough
the
that they let go. of me.
Arrhenius outranks it. And she's standing there in full plate armor, leathery bat wings behind her, just waiting. She puts her hand on a long sword at her hip and looks at the Horn Devil and says, "Ah, you wouldn't want to harm the prize, would you?" And the Horn Devil steps back. The 3 of you approach Sarnia, who shoots you all a look like, and in your head you can hear her speak. "This is me saving you again. You owe me." All right, what do you want to do?
Oh, shit. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get to Henrietta
All of a
and
sudden-
Falurie.
Zariel, Darmita, because you can keep mental tabs of roughly where they are, at least another 100 feet further away.
Yeah.
Oh, make that 2. Make that 3. Traveling pretty quick.
Okay.
Where's Zariel? So I go, like, do you know where Zariel's going?
Zariel's, I think, going to find them. She's like 300 feet away. We gotta go.
Yeah, Sarnia begins shoving the 3 of you through the devil crowd, and they're reluctant to move, so it's a lot of shoulder checking, but none of them seem to be attacking you as a look at the bearded devil that is Darmita and Sarnia seems to be enough to hold them at bay, although there's lots of grumbling, swearing in Infernal, and so on, as you brush past this crowd of devils and out the other side. Sorry, Zariel is not right there. On the map, it looks like she is.
Meanwhile, to all of this,
Yep.
Felice has been watching this develop and has been like, all right, is something going to happen? Is it not? Oh, it looks like it's okay, I think this is going... Benkuhm.
Benkuhm's.
Let us follow and we'll follow them quietly. And I'm going to cast Pass with a Trace. And
Okay.
then the next turn, I'm going to turn into a big bird. And we're going to follow them in the sky. So I'm going to
All
give
right.
Benkuhm a ride. And I'm going to have both myself and Lulando flying behind them with Pass Without a Trace, and trying to like not even need the stealth, trying to get as
Trying
good
to
cover
avoid.
as possible. But if it comes up, it's cast before I stop being able to cast spells.
Nice. All right. So, those three, you are carrying Benkuhm, and Lulando is just in small Holophant form, hovering a little bit back, trying to keep their glow dim.
And I want to remind everyone that Felice as a human, as a druid, is mostly to the elements, and when she assumes a wild shape, she manifests the shape of the creature out of the elements. So she is a roiling mass of wind in the shape of a giant eagle,
Nice.
where you can still sort of see her body like floating comatose inside of it. But it's still,
All right.
like a hard enough thing to sit on.
Nice. All right, so as you all start going that way,
Darmita's
Making-
going to activate her boots.
sure. All right, you can now fly. How many activations do you get a day on those?
The thing is, you can use it as many times as you want, a minimum of a minute, up to 4 hours at varying times throughout the day.
Okay. Do me a favor. Can I get you to roll a D8?
Sure. Let me get into a different screen.
Yeah. The idea is that previously when we've seen you use it, it's burnt like a minute at a time.
6.
The whole companion thing used up some. So you have about probably 2.5, maybe 3 hours left.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
Based
Yeah,
on
I
that
didn't
roll.
think I would have a whole lot of time left.
No, but you got-
but enough
got
to get our
maybe
ass,
2 more
my
hours.
ass over
Yeah.
there.
All right.
And then
Velvet shapeshifts into wolf form and can run a lot faster.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's exactly what I was doing.
And
so
then
Sarnia
Fenris,
starts
what
to
are you-
fly.
So actually, while you guys are kind of rushing, I'm going to hang back with Sarnia, and in
Okay.
my mind say, the wolf may owe you, but what's your game here? You're still looking for me to help you guys with diverting the river Styx? You know I could have gotten out of there on my own. What's your ploy?
Isn't that your plan? Why
Yes,
else
but-
reveal yourselves?
Well, it's to make a deal, but I guess with who? That's the question.
Zariel's distracted. The chains. She knows when they break. You're running out of time, Waykeeper. If you wish, you may strike a bargain with me. You could promise to serve and to redirect the Styx away from the abyss. I know I have found what we need. I can take you there, and I can vouch for you to Zariel.
To who? Sorry?
Sorry, to Zariel. And if need be, maybe others. If Zariel were to be deposed or shamed in the meantime.
I'll think on it, but
The time for thinking is almost past. I can protect you. I can make sure your friends are protected. I have friends even higher than Zariel.
if you know me a bit, you would know why I'm conflicted about a deal with Zara.
Then slay Zariel and deal with her replacement. That replacement could be nearer than you think. If we play our cards right.
Right. Well, that's what I think I've shown you a little bit of my hand on what I'm trying to do.
Let me be blunt. Zariel was the best play to back after Bel. But my loyalties are to Avernus and Mephistopheles and Asmodeus. I serve this realm. We can stop this war.
Once I deal with Zariel, let's continue this conversation. And then I kind of go off toward.
You don't even need an insight check. She's a little disappointed. She just stands there glowering at your back.
Well, you know what? She should know that I'm trying to finish something first.
Oh, you're throwing shade at. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're doing that.
Meanwhile, a very strange giant eagle overhead, and then a little Hollyphant hovering along. All right. So,
are you going to be okay to get there, Fenris?
Yeah.
You're going to have to run to keep up.
You know what I'm going to do is actually, I just need to find, what I'm going to do is I'm going to Misty Step up top close to a building where I can spot them. And then I'm going to Dimension Door, because I can Dimension Door 500.
Sure, if you want to. Also, you Misty Step on top of a nearby building just up here. It is pretty badly on fire, but the section that you're on isn't yet. Go ahead and do it.
I assume Lulu's already in the air, right? Flying away?
Yeah.
Because I could Dimension Door onto Lulu, for example.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're like trailing you.
Yeah. But, I mean, you're faster than him, so if you're following Darmita, you might not even... So anyway, Fenris bamps onto the back of the small Hollyphant, and grab on, and it's almost like a bumblebee. It's really clumsy, but all of its little wings start beating that much faster, and it's like...
Okay, Misty Step.
And then it's surprisingly strong for such a small creature. And
I vamped on you before when you were...
went in bigger form.
Yeah,
it was more the surprise. And so then it stabilizes and then starts to fly further. Sorry, what's that?
Just bring back great memories, Lulu, when you were stung and paralyzed and I vamped on you to save you. Now get bigger and let's go.
Lulu's like, in your mind you hear, all right, we ride. And then its butt goes really big, and then the ears, and then they start fluttering and flapping because that's part of its wings, and then one paw, and then another, and then finally the snout and the head, and then the upper torso bamps out into a mammoth that has wings on it. 4 wings, in fact. So it is now this big, and it flies no problem.
So just as a timeout, Sarnia wanted me to serve her, like a service or just pure serve her. That's what I was kind of thrown off on.
To serve Avernus.
Oh, she wants me to serve her.
But she would be the one making the deal. So yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to intuit is, what's the difference between me making a deal with Mephistopheles and me making a deal with her? I guess she's just the broker, but I don't want to serve her.
You don't want to serve her. She's like...
or him, or Mephistopheles. Like, there's a trade and a service, fine, maybe. But like, hey, now you swear allegiance to us? It's like, whoa, hold on there.
Freelance dealing with them.
Yeah. Anyways, okay. That's
what you can refine that, but we'll see. All right, so you're all flying. Now, off towards where Zariel went. Back towards the chains. Slash, slash, slash. It takes a little while.
Yeah,
And
I think
I
this time, like, because of how that last one went, on the way to the next chain, I'm saying to Falurie, like, let's do them one at a time now. I think it's faster if we work together.
Falurie nods,
Okay.
and you both fly over to the next chain, taking several shots at it with advantage. Don't worry, just roll some damage.
Well, that means I can't crit.
Okay,
Yeah.
you can roll for the quid if you want to.
I'm gonna make that gamble. Totally, I'm gonna take that gamble.
It's a lot of
Yes.
damage.
That hits. Okay.
Ooh,
For
30.
30 something.
34.
And
Nice.
that also.
Go ahead and roll
so it
for
does hit.
Falurie, as they're both just
And
slashing it away at
another
this.
29.
Okay.
That's 6.
I'm just gonna roll damage for Falurie,
Sure.
Sure.
assuming she hits
You have a
with
lot of
advantage.
attacks to make, so yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yeah. And I'll just use the formula that we had before.
How
Sure.
long does Bless actually last for? Because I have been assuming Bless has been going on.
It's probably
It's a
gone now.
minute.
It's a
yeah.
minute? Okay,
Yeah.
I should get rid of it then. Thanks. I'll just untick that. You know you can add global modifiers?
So
to-
26 and 28
Nice.
are my first two.
Nice. Is it plus 18? Is that?
Yeah,
two
because I'm doing
hits.
2 attacks.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's
Yeah.
right.
That's 2 attacks. I'm just combining them. Yeah.
That'd be 64.
So technically 4 attacks, yeah.
128 damage in a single. This chain is just hanging on by like a tiniest of threads.
I
Yeah, you
will
did your 2 attacks and a bonus attack, I see.
I will do one more thing, just see if we can speed this up. Nat 20 on my perception.
Oh, nice. All right,
Find a weakness.
sure. And after this one, I'm gonna say you're all going to have advantage. So we're just gonna say it's you. I mean, you already have advantage working together. So let's say it's a plus 10 to damage.
Sweet.
As you
Okay.
get the idea of like, oh, don't go at the weld, go at the not welded part in the middle.
Right.
And so
So
the next time around, you get plus 10 to all your damages. Damage.
So is it a plus 10 per attack?
Not that beefy, but sure. Sure.
Because then I'm doing like just alone 40 points of damage just on my attacks.
And then, so that means you'll be doing more like 80 points of damage in a round.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So next time around, you both spend another round just.
So that's 38 plus 20.
You don't even
would
need
be...
to roll. This chain
Yeah.
crumbles, and you're on to the next one next round.
Okay.
5 down.
As you're hacking away this round, Darmita, you're like, your leg is stinging. You have that blood flowing down just down your leg a little, and drip, drip, drip onto the chain. In the distance, you hear. Anyway, let's keep going. All right.
Wait,
At this point,
what?
Not
What's
Darmita.
not Darmita. Henrietta.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
I don't
what?
know.
What happened to me?
Yeah. So yeah, we broke through that without both attacks. I guess.
Oops, that's not what I wanted
Great.
to do.
I guess I'll move on to the next one early for
Yeah, you
Yeah.
both get.
started.
You have to.
If
well,
you didn't need to roll on
if
that second
Falurie
one.
bamps, you can get to the next one. How many chains is this? That was
That
five.
was
Um,
right?
that was the 5th one. Yeah.
Okay,
was the
so you're
fifth
on
one.
to the 6th one next round.
Okay.
All right. At this point,
Mhm.
you see Zariel begin
Incoming.
to crest incoming, and you see her call out. Hold on, I gotta go get her. It's the wrong mini, but we'll do it for now. Hold on. No, I gotta do the Darcy art. Gotta do the Darcy art.
It's so funny because like the image of them has changed so dramatically since I like you first asked me to draw the Eye of Pelor before they were even like Zariel. Like,
Yeah,
it's so
true.
weird.
It's absolutely, it's funny that way. All right, at this point,
And I drew like a whole bunch of takes. I don't remember which one you used. So,
a burst of flame, not 40 feet
Okay.
away from you, near the chain. Actually, sorry, 80 feet back at the chain that you just severed.
Mhm.
Zariel appears in a burst of flame and looks around. And because neither of you are being, well, Falorie's being a little stealthy, just by instinct. But Zariel very quickly sees you and calls out.
Stop.
What do you want to do?
I don't think I have time to talk right now. I'm busy.
You're okay.
Yeah. I'll talk to them when they get closer.
Okay. So you're slashing. Let's assume you've now bamfed over to flown over to the next chain. Do another round of attacks.
Okay, and
Or
these don't have
you don't
the
have
plus
to
10,
roll
right?
if you
That
don't
was- That was a
want to.
one-time thing.
Which one?
That the plus 10 damage was a one-time
No,
thing.
that counts.
Right? Or
You can
is it
keep
for
that.
on now.
Yep.
All right, let's
Okay.
go.
Let's go. So
I hit 10, 20, 30, 33, and then second attack 10, 20, 30, 40, 45.
Woo.
20, 30, 40. Yeah, that's right.
And we have advantage on these, or no?
Yep.
Yeah.
If you're working together. The city is just like half of it seems buoyant, and you're onto the 6th chain out of 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
There you go.
28 for my first one,
Mm-hmm.
23 for the second.
Those
Flurry
are,
of blows. Oh, I gotta
Nice.
mark down my flurries of blows here. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Time is of the essence, though, so I think Valerie's probably spending them.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
that 8. Oh, I get an advantage.
Yeah, so all of them hit.
Yeah.
No crits, but they all hit.
Yeah, so far
Roll
no
your
crits.
damage.
So. Alright. Damage.
Mad typing going on.
So... I don't even know.
Darmita, you're gonna roll
Yeah.
damage?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, cool.
I'm just redoing.
Okay.
Alright, so that's 35 plus 20. So 55.
Nice.
Uh,
It's still hanging
and
on.
25 plus 20, 45.
Oh, that'll do it. The next chain just shatters with that same dull pulse. And Zariel calls out again.
No. Stop.
On to the next one.
We need these souls. We need them. Or the demons will overrun us.
Make a persuasion check.
I mean,
Are you going to be persuaded by such a thing?
Sure. Yeah. I'll talk.
What?
All right.
I mean,
So-
let's find out.
Sure.
Valerie's not. Valerie is going.
Valerie bamps, teleports, and then flies, gets a
Yeah,
good distance.
I'm going, but make a check. Let me see what I.
Sure.
I'll set my own DC. Trust me. I mean, is there a way you want to do this specifically, or like, do you want me to resist with something, or do you want me to set a DC? Because I think that you would normally just set a DC, right?
Yeah, normally I do. So it's up to you. You can roll if you want. Insight check, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think that it would be me making a check against. I think it would be me just setting a DC if that seems reasonable to you.
So Zariel calls out and says, "Oh, by the way, rolled an 18, plus 10 is 28.
Okay, that's pretty good. I think
Halt. Angel, you. Where did you get that blade?
Oh, you're changing the subject now. I think what we see is Henrietta starts flying out, and then they get called out too, and we see them twist in the air to continue flying towards the chain, but looking back at Zariel.
Yep.
You're still echoing.
Yep.
And calls back. I'm not gonna fight you, devil. But you can't. If you want to fight this endless war, you can do that. But you can't bring these innocents into it. This is not your decision to make. And that might, I don't know, cost me 1 attack or something to, spit some words at this guy.
You carry my old blade.
I swore to protect it.
I know.
As was your dying wish.
That was... But... How?
I mean, we're in the next thing now, right?
Yep, you're at the next chain. Are you still hacking?
Yeah,
you
I am.
Cost 1 attack.
I'll take the attack loss too.
All right. Zariel is coming up fast.
I will suffer for my roleplay. Gotta do it.
Yep. Zariel's coming up fast. Is only about 20 feet away from you right now. And Falorie's like, come on, got the thing.
How close is Darmita at this point? How far has she gotten?
You guys have crested over the top, and you're looking down. You can spot Zariel really quickly, and you can see Henrietta even from here because she's a giant glowing angel.
So
they're about
how far is she from me?
They're about 100 feet, kind of over on a diagonal. Not quite 50 feet down, about 30 feet down from where you are, but about 60 feet over, and diagonals are longer, so it's about 100 feet from you.
So if I screamed, would she hear me?
Yes, maybe. Except it is extremely loud with all the rushing of the sticks and the devils and the demons just constantly battling around you. You can try.
I'm going to add a smite to my attack to make up for my lost time.
Yep.
3rd level spell slot for 48, I think it is.
Nice.
22.
Sorry, am I with... is it just Darmita or the
You're
other?
just catching up with Darmita now as
Do I see Zariel though?
You can see where Darmita's looking, and you can look down, and you can see them in just a second. You're just getting there now. All right. That was quite a bit of damage on that chain. That's 20,
I haven't
49 plus 10. 59.
20, 30, 37, 30, 50, 59, yeah.
And another 33
53
from
from
Falurie.
me.
Oh, 53.
53?
55.
No, it's only plus 20.
Oh, I thought it was... Oh, I'm reading Darcy's. Okay. Yep. All right, so you're
And then
about
another 58.
Dang.
48.
Sorry, thank you, 48.
Wow. All
I
right.
can math.
That chain is almost broken. It's like...
That sucks.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. The math matters here. 22, 33, that's 55, plus 28, that's...
It's 83.
83, plus
30.
40. No, 30. You're right, 30. Thank you. Brings it to 113.
Does the smite do extra damage for this being infernal iron?
I'm gonna say
it's totally up to you, right? If
No.
it does damage to a fiend,
the chain is just holding on,
Cool.
just barely.
brutal. I don't think a TA would have been enough anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's true. All right. So the chain is holding on, and Zariel flies forward and stops about 10 feet away and looks at Henrietta.
Why do you bring that blade? Why fight for these mortals? They would join a good cause, driving back the demonic hordes. Those mad creatures crawling up will consume us all. It is a sacrifice.
It's not a sacrifice if you make the decision for them. And I'm going to cast Sanctuary on myself because it's worn off.
All right.
This point, how close is Darmita now?
You're about 50 feet if you've been using your movement.
Oh, I've been dashing.
Okay. So if you're not going to spend any...
I go 120 feet in a dash.
Okay. So let's get you on the board then. You had to go and dash like a mother.
For point of order, I'm really curious what Lulu's movement is, but Felice is 80 without dashing, assuming that she can maintain that while being a mount, and I assume she can because it's not actually a drag where someone is resisting the movement.
Right.
She doesn't have strength to like.
So you can go 160 with a dash.
Yeah, I'm like keeping up to you though. I don't want to like overextend.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would do when I got there except for like drop Benkuhm on them, which would be funny to be fair. I just want to drop Benkuhm from like 500 feet up. I'm not gonna do that, but it's funny.
I don't see Felice here. Oh, there she is.
Actually, hold on.
Buried under all her pets.
Under all my pets? What?
Oh. It's just, okay. There we go. Ugh.
No.
Just a sec.
Okay.
I'm fixing it. I'll get you back. I just want to get you all on the board. I don't know if it matters or not, but alright. There we go. Boom.
Boom.
I'm in wolf form. Where am I at?
You're on the surface looking down. You're about 75 feet away. Is about as close as you can get. You can start climbing down the infernal chain that they're at, though, if you want.
That's quite all right. It snaps is going to kill me. Thanks.
All right, so you're looking down. Yeah, you could hang on that other half. Zariel looks towards Henrietta and says,
What is your intention here, then? Release the city? It can't go anywhere. It is doomed. Let this sacrifice not be for anything, for nothing.
I'm gonna make an insight check, I think.
Sure.
Let me check. I have a bonus for that, right? While holding the sword, you gain advantage on insight checks. Okay.
Yep.
This is the right character sheet. Good.
Let me know when.
23. Is that true? Like, I'm pretty sure we have a way of getting it back up, but I don't know. This guy knows more about it than I do.
All right.
Are we all in range or like
Oh, you're getting there. Just one second. So Henrietta looks at the Eye of Peller, and where the eyes are burned out and empty, you see these streams of tears, and there's this waver in the voice. It appears that, confronted by the last fragment of her angelic spark, Zariel appears to be having an internal struggle. She's wavering. She's genuinely asking, what are you doing here? Why do you fight for them?
Why should I turn away from this when even Pelor turned his back on these mortals and on this plane? The Celestial are the reason it is this way. So why should I be any better?
It seems a genuine question. Henrietta?
If I'm not mistaken,
A good answer.
if I'm not mistaken, this isn't who you used to be to begin with.
Zariel looks up as you call out from above. Zariel
You
sees
used to
you.
be a good person.
You can all join this if you want. Absolutely.
At this
Yes.
point,
And see where that got me.
Darmita will scream out, Zariel.
I see it, Grimdar. It's coming.
Oh no, I can't see it. Whatever it is. Zariel. My mother's soul is free. You've lost.
It seems like Zariel's processing, like, mother.
Oh.
And in all my Nishida glory, because I do look a lot like
You
Nishida.
do look a lot like her. And just for flavor, because you bamped the
Her
wings earlier.
previous form.
Well, that was just for color. This time you bamped the wings. Or
Yeah.
they come out. And she's just like,
You came here. And you rescued her?
No, we didn't rescue her. We freed her.
Why? She joined this fight. She knew.
You fooled everybody. You lied. They thought they were fighting something else. They weren't. You held her hostage. She wasn't. And in the end, she turned on you. And I look at Lulu. And I look at... holy shit, I can't remember! Velvet. Because Nishida's the one who freed Velvet and Lulu.
and at that
he would
moment, you have an opportunity. Someone may, if you wish, try to persuade Zariel to give up her ways. Who wants to, if you want to,
It ain't gonna be me.
make the check?
It ain't gonna be me.
So the eyes don't do anything, or
Can't be
The
me.
DC is lowered because you have those. Do you
Okay.
want to present them?
And
yeah?
I've called her name.
So
Oh, you did?
I guess in my turn, like,
I called her name out purposefully.
so I'm gonna say, Zariel, there is another way. We've spoken of this, and we know more about you. And I kind of present the eyes.
She visibly flinches.
You came here with a certain intention to do good, but look at all the lives you've along the way. You've turned against what you once were, and many have suffered for it. And this war, even with all the souls of Elturel, won't be enough to end the war. And deep down, you know that. It won't change anything. But there is another way. And I saw Gastok, and he said, wait.
All right. So,
Don't bemoan your goals. This is not the way forward.
So I don't know if I'm trying to convince her, but I'm trying to convince her to be like, remember who you once were.
So, angelic Henrietta flying in front of her. Fenris flying on the back of a Holophant above.
Sure.
The rest of you calling out. I'm going to need a persuasion check to redeem Zariel, if that is your goal.
At advantage?
At advantage.
So,
there's 5 of us trying to convince her.
I guess here's the thing: the best people at persuading her are me and Henry. I would say.
Yeah, who's got the best persuasion?
It's got to be one of the two of you.
Like,
Go.
so I mean, I've got.
Go.
I'm gonna be candid. I am trying to persuade Zariel and to kind of get into a position of vulnerability where she's gonna try to take the sword. Like, Henrietta will pass the sword.
She does turn.
I will say my intent with the role is to say, you've look at what you've done to me and everyone else. Look what you've done to Darmita and her mother. Regardless of what you're the purest of your intent, look at what you've done, and you've become everything that you didn't believe in. And look, you gained nothing. You were a ruler in heaven. Now you're a ruler in hell, but you still can't stop the war this way, and you know that. And deep down, what you've done is wrong. You know that probably the only way to make it right is for penance. And I don't know. I'm just gonna basically roll for it.
Sure. Roll
But
a
I also have
persuasion.
You want to tell the
deception?
person that they should lay down their life.
What I'm gonna say is I assume that there's a link to the sword.
There is. And
so it's very tangible where I see it. It's almost like I assume
you can see Zariel's hand kind of flexing.
Yeah.
In almost involuntarily. And,
and
then retract.
You want to take up the blade again.
Right.
Okay. Roll
I
persuasion.
think what we see from. Go ahead and roll
Or
that.
actually,
Just talk over
I
it.
think Gordon.
It's a deception roll.
I think you can roll deception. Henrietta, you can roll persuasion if you want.
Yeah, what we saw from Henrietta, like, when she was initially confronted, she kind of froze up, and it wasn't until everyone else started talking that she really found her voice, and that's because she empathizes with Zariel, right? She's like, I get what you're trying to do, just stop throwing innocent lives into the grinder, right? I don't really care if Zariel comes back to being a cool angel. Like, it's just, maybe change things to hell. That'd be rad. I'd be okay with that. So it's this really weird mixed message, and I don't know if it actually, amounts to, I don't know what Henrietta's trying to get Zariel to do.
Henrietta, do you offer the sword?
I thought you were trying to redeem her and offer the sword. That's
Less so now, by the sound of it.
Yeah, no. Weird.
Okay.
All right. I'm glad I have my luck point. Rolling. Deception.
I don't think I hand over the sword.
Okay.
Unless I see something from them to make it seem like it's not gonna explode or something. But
I have to use luck point.
Okay.
You have advantage, right?
Oh, do I have advantage?
Yeah,
Yes.
you do.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is the second roll. Second roll.
Much worse.
Terrible roll.
Natural.
I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna use a luck point.
Now it's been luck.
Yeah.
26.
Thank you.
26.
Terrible.
Whew.
Amazing.
Worth the luck.
Worth the luck point.
Every GM's worst bane of nightmare.
So I think I will roll a persuasion, but I'm just saying, this isn't the way. I'm not saying what to do, I'm just saying, spare these lives, there's something else. And like,
Okay.
I think from an empathetic standpoint, like I'm probably not saying it in words, like they're getting from Henrietta that like she would be very much willing to find that other way with them, even though they don't have it now, right?
And the sword picks up on that emotion for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
and-
like, what were the yeah.
Go ahead.
Henrietta,
I think.
you promised to hold that sword safe for her. For the time when she's ready, this might be that.
I do believe that worked.
I don't
Wow.
know if that's the thing yet.
Wow.
Natural 20 for a total
There
of
you go.
35.
I'm going to protect this sword, and that might mean from you. You're gonna have to show you.
Zariel's trembling hand reaches toward the gleaming hilt of her sword. Her fingers extending out. The sword flares with a brilliant light, and the radiant light seems to sear her flesh. She reaches
grab her
out.
hand?
And
Can I hold her hand?
Yeah.
and I'm holding a reaction.
I hold the sword in one, but I go to take her hand.
So you reach over and you take
I
Zariel's
know it's like a
hand.
giant hand. She's like, large,
Yeah, it's-
but yeah.
It envelops yours. And Zariel looks where Zariel's eyes once were are just streams of blood red tears. And you hear her say,
Too far. I have gone too far. I, Zariel, supplicate myself before the holy light of justice. If it accepts me, I vow I will take up this blade once more in its service.
Help us break these chains.
I believe this is a moment.
Okay.
Fenris, what do you want to do?
So I am waiting for Henrietta to proffer the blade, as she's wont to do. And I'm
Yeah.
waiting for Zariel about to reach it. And then I'm going to use telekinesis on the blade to strike Zariel.
Make your roll. Arcana check.
I'm not intending to proffer the blade.
Okay. Well,
The blade
That's
is held
right.
back.
Yep,
That's
that's
why-
why he offered his hand, not the blade.
The blade is not offered yet.
Let us do this together.
The Archdevil's words hang in the air for a silent moment, and she glances upward in agonized uncertainty. Then
You're looking
Zariel
up at me.
past you to the sky above. Zariel is bathed in a brilliant wash of radiant light bursting through the clouds. Just and the eyes in Fenris's hands flare with a brilliant light that shines like a beacon right at Zariel. Just pinioned in these spotlights of brilliant celestialness. Her fiery halo just washed away and disappears. And on her leathery wings, feathers begin to burst forth.
so she's turning without the blade at all? She's just...
It's incomplete. You can see she's half devil still, turning, kind of arcing around in this flying with Henrietta on one end of the wheel, and she reaches out and she says,
Give me the blade. Give me the blade. I'm ready.
what do you want to do?
Let's save Elturel first. You don't need it. You felt cast out by Pelor. I understand. I have been distanced myself, and it's about you and your heart. You don't need it. Come.
Meanwhile, Falurie, taking the moment, bamfs, flies, busy, just slashing away at that
What are you
that
doing
last
back
chain.
there? We have a job to do.
Yeah. Bela, go ahead and roll for those attacks. It's gonna probably take a little while, but you've had some time.
Okay, yeah.
Let's say 8.
Yeah.
8 total
That's
attacks.
advantage.
So twice. Not advantage.
Not advantage because I don't have her anymore.
And as Falurie is slashing away, ding, 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 go ahead and make a roll. Hit.
22 for the first.
Yep.
Oh, can I do my perception to make sure I get a...
Yeah, you
Good.
know the weakness spot in the chain. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I know that now.
Yep.
Okay, never mind then. So 22,
That hits. 19 hits.
19,
Just.
and
23
my
hits.
flurry of blows. That's a 23, and the second one is
19.
a 19.
All 4 hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
So... So for the 2 primary attacks, I will do...
Ooh.
That's, no, whoops, sorry. That was my bad.
Not
How'd you
quite
get
that
an
high.
18 and an 18 on a D6?
Yeah.
My bad. 35.
35.
Plus, do I still get the 10 each?
Plus, yep.
So 75. No, 55.
Yeah.
And then for the other 2... Oh, that was shit. 21 plus 41.
All right. That is well on the way, but the far side of the chain seems to be holding. And as Falurie looks up at it, and the last chain that is holding Elturel to the surface, Falurie looks over and it's like, it's still, and looks up and just sees this imp just hanging off of the chains, and there's a little bit of iron right there, and the imp looks up at Falurie, makes eye contact, and tries to take a little bite, and it just weakens it. And at that point, the imp's like, and starts flying away from Falurie. What? Falurie has a. Did Falurie spend the bonus action?
For her flurry of blows?
Yeah, so she spent her bonus action and movement. There's not much she can do as the imp goes and starts running away. And Falurie's like, what? And turns around, and this massive jaw just starts to close and just snapping the chain. Falurie is inside this massive mouth of Kraktor, the massive beast that was released before, just chomps down on the chain and on Falurie, and just, and the last chain, I've modified it slightly there, Grimdar, just, and the whole earth moat just shudders and drifts up about 20 feet or so. as Elturel is cut loose, and this massive crocodile creature just belly flops onto the ground next to the sticks, and then just vomits out all these Belzrus and all these kinds of demons just come bursting out of its gullet. And Falurie, with a lighted blade, just covered in just terrible grossness, hacking away at them, and them hacking away at Falurie, but still alive, but pretty badly banged up.
Well, she has, she has her, uncanny dodge and shit. So,
well,
maybe she can she shadow step?
That's a bonus action. That's why I asked if she'd spent her bonus.
Oh. Or not, sorry, she has evasion.
Right, sure.
Alright, 1 second. I gotta find something.
While you're thinking, it's worth pointing out, I just noticed that you're rolling d6s for unarmed strike.
Yeah. It gets d6s.
With her level, it's
talents.
d8 now.
Oh, very nice.
Oh.
Goes up by level, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
don't know her character very well, so...
Fair enough. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
even know just now.
So you've been doing more
It
damage
is.
this whole
You're right.
time.
Her unarmed strikes are D8.
Yeah. Cool.
Her talents. So you're right.
I got a small problem too.
Yeah?
I was on top of this thing when they cut it loose.
Go ahead and do a dexterity saving throw for me, Velvet. The DC is not terribly high. Just so you know.
Wobble.
Dexterity.
A couple of buildings just collapse as it's swaying around. Several people fall to their doom.
Guess it didn't work very well.
Don't suppose you have luck.
Is that a nat 1?
No.
Oh, no, it's a
not.
No,
9.
it's a 9.
Well, the DC wasn't that high. It was over 10, so you don't fall off, but you do stumble and fall prone for a second, and have to, go low, or you risk falling off. Alright, 1 second.
What am I up here with?
Falurie, by the way, took 50 points of bite damage and is surrounded by a lot of demons. So I'm just gonna drag Falurie and pretend it's over here.
When does she get her turn so she can get the hell out of there?
Unfortunately, she just spent her turn almost snapping the last of that chain.
Cool.
Uh,
It snapped, though, because of bite, right?
It did. Well, it was that the plot point.
Cool.
Good.
This gives Benkuhm something to do. I really want to drop Benkuhm on something.
Yeah.
Alright.
Put Benkuhm down with her.
Yeah, Felice does a drive-by.
Benkuhm and Felice.
Yeah.
Alright, there we go. All of
'cause
those demons just come boiling out.
She's down more than half her hit points.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she is surrounded by
How
tons of
much
things
did she take?
on the ground. 50.
50.
I don't know if she has any way of mitigating that or not. I think she only can stop AoEs, right?
Well, did she have to make a dex save by any chance?
No, it was a straight up bite.
And no, she can't because
Yeah.
the evasion's only if if it's a AoE.
Okay. Alright.
So
Zariel
she's-
stands next to
Yeah, she's
Henrietta,
down.
asking and just looking at you and says, it's tough. That's a tough go. Alright.
How far away am I?
So, you are about 70 feet up? Up there somewhere.
How far does my healing word go?
Healing
120
word goes
feet?
60. Oh, from the ground. You're more like 80 feet from the ground.
Oh,
Yeah,
There
it's
is the
only
chain
60.
still
so 60
dangling.
feet.
So you could climb down the chain that's still attached to to the island. Get a little closer if you want to. You could start doing that.
Or we could get full on action movie and you could jump and then cast it in the air and then police could catch you.
Nice.
I feel like Benkuhm would go down and help Falurie.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to
Benkuhm.
basically fly to that area-ish, dropping Benkuhm from a safe height onto something so they can start swapping, and then also try and like get in there so that there's a getaway vehicle ready for action.
Nice. So you drop Benkuhm and he drops down the massive maw of
there's got to be a
And while
cinematic
he's-
moment, right?
Yeah.
Of like the
Yeah.
fall and like land of like
the
maw
massive
first on
tooth
somebody. Yeah.
tooth
Well,
maw,
while he's
which is
dropping-
disgorging all these devils, is about to like looming over Falurie again, and then Benkuhm right on the snout, forcing the jaw closed so it can't bite this round.
Right, totally.
Benkuhm will rage on his way down.
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah.
I am just putting that out there so I don't forget.
It has to be said, yes.
Absolutely.
It has to be said.
And so police flies over, drops, and then swoops down to try and get into position for if we need to just scoop up Falurie and get out. But maybe
All
we're
right.
not doing that now. I don't know what we're doing next turn.
Please take her out.
Yeah. I think
All
so.
right. Meanwhile,
please do.
Yeah. all right. Zariel
Roll.
looks confused and still. You're gonna have. Here's the thing: if you don't offer the sword, you don't have to give it, but it's going to be a higher check.
I rolled a nat 20.
You rolled a nat 20.
I'm telling her that the power is in her heart, and she does not need Pelor to be a good person.
I love that that's coming from the Paladin of Pelor.
Yeah, who was like really kind of raised in a fucked up way, to be honest.
It's
right?
true.
Because she was raised under this like weird like
Cult.
offshoot of Pelor, right?
Yep.
She never really engaged with paladins. She was always like at arm's reach from being like a true paladin in a lot of ways. And that's what she's saying, is that being like good is not about that.
Yeah, I'm surmising that the sword is kind of like bark that is needed in the equation from an arcane perspective. So I'm waiting on.
Zariel looks and then lowers their hand.
I will try.
I believe in you. You can do this. There's still
To return
something
the
in you.
city, we must open the companion.
And can I
There is one there that can bring the city up to the other realm.
You would do that.
I will try. The sword could shatter it. Or the rods, but those are lost.
That's all I needed to hear. We've done it already. I just wanted to hear that you would truly do that for them.
And Zariel looks flabbergasted as just like looks at all of you, just stunned, and then closes her eyes.
And where is the judge? Nasius.
I don't know how to describe where they are. They're in Elturel. I don't know.
I
Ready and waiting.
Okay, in
Oh,
different
yeah, do
voice.
that.
I am here. Zariel.
That's very confusing. I'm gonna use a different voice. I am here. I am here, Zariel. And you turn. but you turn late. And you look over, and from where Henrietta, anyone flying, anyone not on the surface of Elturel, anyone who's below it, can now see the planetar becomes visible underneath the city of Elturel. Arms up on the city, holding it from beneath, wings just flapping, and just begins pushing it up. And the whole city begins to just elevate upwards. And
let us lend them our strength. Like, I want both Henrietta and Zariel to, like, go over and also, even if it's just like lip service, right?
Symbolic,
like,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Zariel joins in next to this massive planetar. Henrietta, wings pressing. Fenris and the others just looking on. What do you want to do?
And I'm up on top barking orders down at him.
Yeah. You're like the dog with the head out the window.
So while this is all going on,
This is a hell of a ride.
Darmita looks at Fenris.
Oh no, a ride from hell.
I owe this to my friend Yelfin there. I'm just muttering under my breath. My name is Darmita. My father is dead. Prepare to die! For they may take our breweries, but they never take our beer. You are not... I can't believe you're making me say this. You are not your armor. You are the all-seeing.
She has to call it out from all this radiant energy.
Turns out Yalfin was actually the big bad the whole time.
Yeah.
No.
You are the all-singing, all-dancing crap of the world. And she just keeps muttering that.
All right.
Yelfin, your torture is... I hope you feel the torture I've experienced there.
All right.
Ah.
Down below, Benkuhm valiantly smashing all kinds of demons who reach up to grab it. It is barfing forth so many demons, though. Like, so many. It's getting crowded down there. Falurie just looking around. I'm going to need to roll initiative. It's been this long. We've been doing so many, like, non-initiatives. This kind of matters, though.
I don't need one.
Oh, well, Falurie's the cannon dumper. So Falurie looks over at this massive horde and just drops a deuce. Bloop.
So Valerie got a 15 and Benkuhm got a 20.
Okay.
Who's got a 13?
That's Felicia.
Yeah. I feel like those are the relevant players.
That are down there, yeah.
Yeah.
Sarnia, who is hovering in the air next, not too far from where Fenris is, calls out to Fenris and says, in your mind, well, did you make up your mind? Zariel abandons us. Are you going to abandon us too, Wave Walker?
We really need to end on a name, whether Waywalker or Wayfarer.
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 Are you going to abandon us as well? Actually, she calls that out loud. Everyone can hear her as she's screaming a little closer to the devil's side, somewhere over here. I don't have her mini. So there's demons on the one side and devils on the other side, and you guys raising this city. Some of you kind of hovering, looking down, trying to help your friends.
Talking with you, yeah. I understand.
So she's saying it out loud.
Yeah.
I say, no. I will not serve serve someone in particular, and I don't fully trust you all. But I will help divert the river Styx in a way that can end this war, but not cause something worse.
Then you will be rewarded greatly by Asmodeus himself. And as the city rises up, and you look down, Benkuhm. What's Benkuhm gonna do?
Benkuhm looks at Falurie.
It's okay. I've got your back.
And
They are now back to back. Yeah, just surrounded.
Yeah. And he'll use his maul and strike the closest one. Take your pick. Do him.
Clear a space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's just.
Nice. Oh yeah, that hits. Just bashes away one of the Bulzu.
Yeah.
All right.
And he gets his. Does that include his? I don't think his. No, that's just his regular. Or does?
Oh, the damage?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's
That's
is
it.
his rage damage on there?
How much is this
No.
from?
You'd had 3
I
more.
don't think the rage is on there.
Or
but
4 more?
Yeah. I think
So-
it's 3 at this level, unless it went up.
I
But
think
So
it's
18.
Is it
Nice.
3? Yeah.
It takes
And
a hiss.
then-
It takes the hit and gets bashed back. Isn't quite dead, but is badly injured, and decides to not get too close to the giant Goliath.
Oh, he gets a second attack.
He goes to swing, and then he hears this voice
yeah,
calling out from the devil's side. Okay, that he doesn't quite make out what it is, but he hears something crying out. All right. So he can take that second attack at just any old devil or demon.
Yeah.
yeah, I think
Bashes
that's like
that hits.
cinematically making space more than killing anything, because it's like an endless
Yeah.
wave of
Just
nothing.
driving them down and out. And Falurie's like, above! And he's just swinging to try and clear a view up. Alright. Next up, Falurie.
I feel like Falurie is going to. I can't see her inventory. Oh wait, yes I can.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, she does. She has a greater potion of healing.
Falurie
So
goes into the
she-
bag and sees a couple things. Sees the greater potion and is like, oh, I could use that, or he could. There's also a rope.
Okay. A rope of.
Just a rope. Oh,
I don't.
50
s-
feet.
50 feet of rope. I'm giving it to you.
Okay.
I think you just want to like prep for like jumping onto Birdback.
Like throwing it up.
I mean, well, honestly, just like hold action to move. But like
Falurie, how about this? Since Carl's not here, Falurie's going to
Yeah.
grab that rope and loop it around Benkuhm's waist and tie it off. That's Falurie's action.
To carry him. And
Falurie probably couldn't lift him, but it's something.
well, but with Felice as the
Yeah?
bird as well, the two of them could lift him out.
Yep. So
So
then
she'll-
Falurie...
Yeah, that'll be her action, and then her bonus action, she'll use the Step of the Wind. So when she's like, she'll hold Step of the Wind. That when it's Falurie's turn, she can disengage and go.
I'll tell you what, she throws the rope, the other end, the untied end, just straight up. And then, poof, Step of the Wind's up to it. Can you get her to
Okay.
do a dex save?
Dex.
You know, I'd say I think this is overly dramatic, but like we want it to be as cool and cinematic as possible, so go for it.
Sure.
Technically, she could throw it straight up bamf up and try to grab it.
16.
Yeah, sure.
16?
Yeah.
Let
Not
me
the
see.
greatest roll.
It's enough.
Okay.
Beats my 7. I just rolled to see what the DC was. Bamfs up and catches the rope that she threw.
Nice.
All right.
Hold on, Benkuhm. Or wait, I don't know how to do her French.
Next up.
So
Felice, what do you want to do?
And
by the way, because you you bamfed using the teleport, they didn't attack. No AoE. No attack of opportunity. Otherwise, those demons would have ripped you to bits.
Oh, I know. That's why I used the key point. Oh, I gotta mark that down.
All right.
I think I just like dive in such a way that I'm able to disengage because that lasts the whole turn. And I got like 80 movement, so I can dive in, grab Benkuhm, and come back out.
Sure. So you go and grab
just, like,
him.
Talons around, go.
You're at half speed.
Friend.
What's your movement? So you dive
Am I
down
at half
like
speed?
40 feet? Well, when you pick him up.
Right, I don't know if we're
you're a
treating
mount.
this as a grapple. Like, if they're resisting, it should be a grapple, I think. But
Yeah,
if
that's
I can,
fair.
I don't know.
All right.
Maybe it's because they're not on my back. The distribution is different. Like, if you want to do that, that's fine.
No, it's fine. And there's enough canon that eagles carry stuff all the time.
Right,
and it
that's
doesn't have my
that's the
movement.
trope, right? Yeah.
We'll Tolkien this. All right, so you fly down, grab Benkuhm, and flap up.
Ideally, I want to like throw them onto my back because that's coolest, but I don't know how to do that.
Sure.
Any action economy wise.
Sure. How about this?
That's what happened.
You fly down, grab him, toss him. And Benkuhm's like, "Whoa!" and then scoop him. And Falurie is dragged along with. As you're climbing, a Hezru goes to take a swing at you. I can't actually. You disengaged. So never mind. It takes the swing uselessly. As the three of them begin to climb away from the demonic hordes, which are just seething in that area. Whoa, sorry. Not quite yet.
And while Falurie is going up, she
Yeah.
drops a deuce.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's her
On that
signature
Hezru.
move.
Right on
Yeah,
its face.
That's her signature move.
God,
Yep.
Do it.
Yeah.
You have been Faluried. All right. The
And that
city
was
is
for
beginning to
Grimdor.
elevate.
Yeah.
And there's also a weird kind of thrumming in the air around it as it climbs higher and higher. It's now 100 feet up. A massive planetar just pushing this thing. But there's a magical effect beginning to around the whole city. Not that any of you are too close. So, what do you want to do?
What do you mean?
Yeah. I mean,
That I'm not too close. I'm literally touching the bottom of the city.
Sorry. Henrietta is close. Felice,
Cool.
the rest of us aren't.
Felice, Benkuhm, Fenris, Darmita are not.
Yeah, probably Felice is just gonna try and get back to Fenris, and then like whatever he decides to do.
So,
Are we taking Velvet with us?
I'm on
'Cause-
top.
Velvet's
I'm
on there.
top.
too.
I'm
Yeah.
already up there on
You
top.
are. That's
Yeah, he's up there.
right.
But
Shit.
you
I-
guys
I
are getting
got
left
an
behind.
I got
So right
something
now,
I wanna
you have a
try.
choice.
Oh yeah, please.
You have
I'm going to ask the party in front of doing it though.
Cool.
Okay.
Planar
What do you-
ally. A planar ally.
It
I
still
wanna
takes time.
I want to summon Asmodeus and demand they stop.
What?
He has to work for me.
It takes
I
an
might-
hour to do planar
Yeah.
ally,
It does take an hour.
No, no.
doesn't it?
Shit.
I
10
thought it
minutes.
takes an hour.
And this has all happened
10
within 10
minutes?
minutes.
Let me double check this.
6th level.
I like it.
It's a pretty long spell. You gotta pay them to do a thing. Blah blah blah. What is the limit to this? Sometimes they have a CR limit. I don't think this one does, though. It's just like straight up just whatever. It's just, yeah, you summon them, you have a conversation, they either do it for a price or they don't. Yeah, it might work.
I see the plot point. I like it.
Besiege another earthly entity.
Hey, you're right. It's 10 minutes. I thought it was an
It
hour.
only takes 10 minutes, and it's like, I've already been rising for 10 minutes. You guys have been in combat.
You guys spell.
But I guess the question is, before you just go off and like summon Asmodeus, like, what are you going to ask Asmodeus to do that's not already being done?
Let's read this.
To tell all the demons and devils down there to stand down.
So Asmodeus can't do that to the devils.
Leave, stop their fighting and stay out of the way.
When the creature appears, it is under no compulsion to behave in any particular way. You can then ask the creature to do something.
Yeah, like I don't see why Asmodeus would listen to.
This is just an audience. That's all it is.
Yeah, all you get is an audience.
That's why I asked.
Yeah. I don't know.
You're more than welcome to try.
It could be cool because it does literally summon them. Like they do appear.
Yeah, interesting.
It would be an interesting. I mean, it would be.
Although it does say
thought.
if you know a specific creature's name, you can speak it.
Another thought then. There's another thought, and I have to go directly to Todd for this one.
Okay.
Do I see any one particular demon or devil that seems to be in charge of everybody?
Now that Zariel's turned, it's pretty chaotic.
It's a shit
The next
show.
ranking devil, do me a favor. Roll
Would be
religion.
Sarnia.
Roll
religion.
Oh, nice.
And that's even with the +5.
Yeah, so you rolled an 8 in total. You look around and it's just chaos. The demon side is always chaos. And somewhere Baphomet is busting his gut, just... Meanwhile, on the devil's side, you see some of them are still trying to like stay organized and command their troops, but others are turning on each other. Like there's bone devils versus cambions versus chain devils. You see one big chain devil down below just shout something out. It's really hard to tell who might be in charge. The best guess you got is that, pit fiends are supposed to be really powerful. If you see one of those, that's your best bet.
Right, no one's in charge, but there is someone who's strongest.
Yeah. So 2 things happen. And I like the random act of violence. Beneath the city, in this kind of no man's land.
I can't do what I want to do.
Beneath the city, there's a burst of just pure black energy, just... And standing up off the dusty plains is this massive devil. Classic Tim Curry style.
So is your reference.
And he looks up. You're all pretty busy. I'm gonna say Fenris, Darmita, who are not busy, you see this, and Lulu. And you notice Lulu begins to shake and shudder. Something comes.
I take his hand.
Well, he's still in other
I guess I
trunk.
take his yeah.
And
he's drunk.
He looks panicked, and he's not sure. He's not very clear as to why. And you look down, you see this devil looking up. You can do a perception check if you want. Fenris and Darmita.
Sure.
What the hell? Why not?
Why not?
How high up am I this time?
Right about now, you're about 100 feet. Actually, no, 100 and,
Gotta be
120
more
feet.
than
Another luck point.
Ooh, Nat 1's not going to help. Oh,
we got
nat
up
20.
100 feet,
Nat
or are we
20.
now at 100 feet.
Second
one-
nat point.
to 20.
Gotta do
Damn.
it.
No, but,
Must
like,
be done.
Last,
That's
only
gonna be
one more
my,
time.
Darmita,
12.
It is so chaotic. You're 12. You're just like you see Lulu, and everybody else is now about 40 feet above you, and your other friends are climbing slowly. You see Benkuhm, dangling by a rope and an eagle, an air eagle, and you're a little busy taking all that in. Fenris starts to look at them, and something just draws your attention, Fenris, straight down at this devil looking back up at you. You recognize this. You have seen the face of this devil on several coins. Asmodeus
That's so funny that that's what you
stands
know
on the
from.
plains below you, looking up at you.
I need down there, damn it.
We're fucked.
And he looks at Fenris,
I need down there.
and in your mind, Fenris, just Fenris hears, "So we have a deal." Stay as my honored guest. Your friends may leave. You fought hard to set them free. What is it you wish in return? You can think on this. Come.
I turn to Darmita, and I kind of look at her and say, "Didn't quite get that shot," and kind of motioning towards Zariel. "We didn't quite get that shot. Regardless, stay safe and take everyone else home. I have unfinished business. Farewell." And I kind of go down.
A shadowy circle appears around Fenris, and he's gone. Teleported. Asmodeus looks up at the rest of you, and as you climb above and the city begins to just it's almost like the arc of a fireball coming through orbit around this city and trailing below to encompass the rest of you as the city begins to flash in a fireball and then in a brilliant white light. A sun shines over Avernus for a brief moment as Elturel and most of you are brought back to the prime material plane. And Fenris is standing elsewhere on a broken plane. 1 second. I do want you all to be able to see it. So, just 1 sec. Corporate accounts payable Mima speaking.
When
Just a
you
moment.
say most of us make it back,
Except Fenris.
Everybody except Fenris, yeah.
gotcha. Including Lulu
Yep.
and
Zariel.
and Zariel.
The Planetar. Most of you go from a place that looks a little like this. The city just bamfing away.
Pitch
and
black.
now...
Yeah, I see pitch black too.
Oh, really? Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yep.
Yeah.
Light sources.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Don't make me cast
I could s-
daylight, damn it.
The rest of you
I
are
could
not
see it on the
actually here.
stream.
Just Fenris and Sarnia
Yeah, I could see.
walks. So Fenris
Right.
just. Can you see now?
Yeah.
Okay. Fenris,
Yeah,
you're
there's a little
standing
spot
just
there.
outside of a ring of stones with a trail of fire extending towards a center pillar. And Sarnia leaning against one of the stones when you materialize. She kind of steps forward, and a few seconds later, out of the shadows, as if he'd always been there, Asmodeus steps and walks forward. Welcome. This is the Standing Stones. Our power holds, and you look up, and it's weird. There's this red, and at first it takes you a few seconds to realize there's a force field around this place, and it looks like the ground was recently sopping wet, and you can see this reddish liquid just soaking into the stones around you, and wicking away. The sticks recently came through here, and it is held at bay by a massive dome of magic. And you can see Asmodeus kind of focusing on something, and you get the idea he's holding the sticks at bay briefly. And he points to this pillar. And Sarnia says, "There. That is where your ancestors sent the sticks through to the abyss. Turn it away from the eternal darkness. Steer it elsewhere, and you will save us all." You walk forward. So go ahead.
Okay. I'll walk forward, but they obviously know I've never seen this before. Like,
You look at it, and it is a
Yeah.
way gate. It is a
Okay.
very ancient way gate. You, in the same way that the stones of the Waygate originally allowed you to control the destinations, you look at the pillars. These are entire pillars of control stones, ringed around it. And in the center is the main chamber, the main archway, the main conduit. You need but pick a place and roll an Arcana check. You can roll the Arcana check first if you want to understand it.
I'd rather roll the Arcana check first to understand it before
Sure.
I also remember what you told me before about if I sent it to the light, it'll extinguish the lights. Could be a bad idea. Okay, let's.
While Gordon, well, we'll see what his roll is. Sorry, we're going overtime tonight.
Yeah.
No, it's so interesting. There's a version of this where like I can picture the movie ending where we just see Fenris get swept away by Asmodeus, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll change it," and we just cut. We don't get to see it, but
This is actually the after credit scene. We're doing that
I'm
right
gonna
now.
roll luck point. I'm gonna use my last luck point. Why not? Just to
Why
see.
not?
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, better 16.
Okay.
Just
It takes you a moment, and you can almost feel Sarnia. You kind of catch a look of she looks over at Asmodeus. Maybe he can't. And then you realize, oh, all right. If I turn this, and you literally can use telekinesis to rotate the pillars outside to a particular
That's
combination.
The cinematics of it, right?
Yeah.
Is that we see the tendrils of shadow and stuff.
Yeah.
manipulating
Reaching
it,
out
totally.
from you. I'm assuming you're going to cast telekinesis if
I
you
still
want
have
to
it
do
on.
it. Okay.
Still have it on.
Yeah. All right. So the shadows reach out and begin rotating the pillars, and you just need to set that combination. You think back to all your years of training, and you recall as best you can the symbols and stones associated with each of the various planes of existence. You can't turn it off. The sticks would swamp all of Avernus and all of the hells in time. But you can send it somewhere. So you have to decide, where is it that you want to send this? Someplace that would not be flooded.
So all the material planes, like the plane of fire, the outer plane, whatnot.
Limbo.
So I will actually turn to Asmodeus on this and say, you can see that I can direct where it would go. But my predecessor, who also had good intention, thought to send it to somewhere, and and into the darkness, and it came out with the demons. If I'd go in haste, I could make the same mistake or worse. Say where I should send the sticks. Where would be the best place to send the sticks?
That is the question. My lord, if I may? Sarnia speaks up. You may. I think I know just the place. Cut back. Elturel, when it was pulled away, was this massive crater flooded by waters, and now Elturel just appears where it had disappeared, and the flood waters just forced away by its sudden reappearance. Somewhere there's a folding boat that's just swamped, and the crew is hanging on for dear life, and Greg is like, what the is that? And one of the others, the long-haired member of the same sorcerer cult, looks over and sees the towers, burnt, damaged, the return of Elturel to what it was before. This wrecked city has reappeared where it once was. Its inhabitants, some of them survived, the rest of you hanging on by the dredges. And what was her name again, Fenris?
Saskia.
Saskia turns to the others and says, it's back. They've returned. Okay, but not Fenris. And you're all back. And you're back in the prime material plane, and the Planetar and Zariel have a very long conversation. And Zariel, hovering over you a few feet off the ground, those who made the trek, turns to Henrietta and Darmita and says,
You have shown me that whether you are mortal or celestial, devil, perhaps even demon, but probably not, choices matter more than who you think you are. They make you what you are. I didn't think I could learn that lesson. Thank you. And while I have a long list of sins I shall spend the rest of my time trying to atone for them. The Eye of Pelor is no more. And maybe what I have learned, maybe Pelor can see it too. And we can all be a little better.
Tell me, do you still wish to have the sword? I don't think you need it, but I think you've earned it. Truth be told, it's not a burden I want. And if it were up to me, then Henrietta will turn to Darmita. I think it should go to her.
Zariel flies down and offers their hands out and takes the sword from you.
I'll grant it willingly.
And turns.
My wings just immediately wither. What happens?
Do you accept it, Darmita? You don't have to. You can if you want.
Been a fallen Aasimar this whole time. This is a chance to become an angel.
So, before she was a fallen Deva, my mother was an angel. She was a Deva, right?
Yep.
And she
I
will
was
be
fallen.
again.
Yeah. I was fallen because of her.
Mm-hmm. You can take her place.
Really bad.
Or you can go back where you were. Benkuhm looks on, looks back and forth. Well, if you're not going to. And he reaches out to grab it.
I was just about to
Smash
say
cut.
I would take it.
I know. He's
I was,
like, oh,
yeah, I would take
okay.
it.
Oh, sorry. I
I'll
read the
just
room
look
wrong.
at him. Benkuhm. No, she. Yeah, she'll take it.
Nice.
And as you accept it, Henrietta wings just
Nice.
go translucent. And Darmita, you open your eyes change. This luminescent blue-white light. And you don't see wings. And Benkuhm looks at you, and Lulu, in old man form, looks up at you and says, "My dear, they were always there. All you have to do is use them."
Spread your wings and fly.
I'll give the old man a kiss on the nose. And I'll go.
These massive angelic wings. And with that, you soar into the sky. And the rest of the adventuring party clustered around, looking up at
Give
you.
me back my bow.
Can I have your boots?
I forgot the bow.
We'll assume...
Retcon, I gave the bow back to
Yeah.
Falurie.
And
I got my mother's
you got your
Sword.
mother's blade.
as well.
You're a dual-wielding rager now. Henrietta, you're human, standing in Elturel, in beat-to-shit plate mail. A song in your heart. And a wolf pads by. And out. Past the city. Into the woods.
Is she returned? Like, is she
Just a wolf?
just a wolf?
Not velvet. Just a wolf nearby.
Oh, okay, not Velvet. I was talking about Velvet.
No, Velvet. Velvet's there.
Yeah, I was the one that yelled, "Can I have your boots?"
I throw. Yeah.
You guys-
is there more of this scene you
you
want to
do
do?
it.
Or is that
No,
just,
that's it.
Like,
You do a.
I just
sort of-
imagine the camera crane, right? Crane camera shot.
You fly around.
everything,
It's
the whole
good times.
city. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you go and have
Fly
a party
past the
at an
camera
inn.
and it goes to credits. That's a classic ending. Yeah.
Are we gonna like do our little epilogues? Like each of us is gonna do, or
But you're not. Are you done?
I don't know. Is he done? I don't know. I thought, okay,
Oh no.
maybe not.
All right. So, Falurie, we'll do a quick epilogue. All right, let's start with Benkuhm. Benkuhm is. What does Benkuhm get up to over the
He's
next
simple.
while?
He drinks a lot.
You guys
And
managed to find your way back to that inn, the only tavern in Elturel. And there's one surviving
he'll drink
dwarf.
a lot.
And you guys tie one on in the ruins of Elturel.
Yeah. And then he'll go back to the original where we were. I can't remember. I mean, it's been so
You mean
It's
that's
okay,
long.
Darmita. You go do angel things. You come and visit me. And I will... Somebody's got to go and kick Zian's ass.
Yes.
Yeah. He'll go
Baptist era
back.
Talborg.
Besides which, who owes me
Sarah.
money?
He'll go back to Sarah
All right.
and do
And live the brigand life. But not so much brigands anymore. Because the cult of the Eye of Pellar suddenly has a change of heart and actually starts doing good in the world and releases all of their prisoners. Except, of course, even the ones who deserved it a little. They get
We'll catch you
granted
later
amnesty.
next time you do something.
Exactly.
pretty much.
But it's no longer for such things as worshipping a different religion than Pellar. They take a step back and self-reflect quite a bit. And if Henrietta is willing to be on the advising council of the new
Okay, go.
Elturel,
Go.
you could. Velvet.
Yeah, Henrietta.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
Like,
Henrietta.
She definitely, at least like initially, is focused on like, okay, Zariel, like, what are you gonna do now, right? Because I don't think that they are like a returned angel of Pelor. They're like kind of something between them. They're almost like an Aasimar at this point in a weird way. Like, not actually, right? But like, I kind of think that they're immortal now. And I don't know if that's like something that you're interested in running with or not. But I want, like, if that's what it is, I think that she wants to help them like live in this world and help people like on the ground, right?
Mhm.
And brings them into this sort of, like you were
Henrietta.
saying, this sort of reformation.
I have learned to do that which needs doing. And I will no longer just watch. But I will do it with compassion. And know that there are limits. Here.
And Zariel pulls a single golden feather from one of her wings and hands it to Henrietta. and says,
You may call me and Lulu anytime that you need me to do good, and I will come.
With her gift given, Zariel inclines her head, unfolds her slightly tattered wings, and soars into the sky. Lulu wraps you all in hugs, and then transforms, smiles warmly and ridiculously as a Hollyphant.
Before Ariel gets out of sight, I have a request of her.
Yes.
A diamond worth 1,000 gold pieces minimum.
And Zariel holds out their hand, and this brilliant light condenses. It's like all the light in the area kind of condenses for a moment, and then into a single point, and then a large diamond flies down, and then she flies down and gives it to you, wraps it in your fist, and looks you in the eye. It's still like there's still no eyes there; they've been burned out of her head.
They're gone.
But she looks at you with a nod.
You know why I want it.
Give her my best regards. She and you were always the best of the Hell Riders. And while I may have been misdirecting, your hearts were true. May your heart be true.
Thank you.
And then Lulu and Zariel fly off. As you're going, though, Darmita, you get a message from Lulu in your head.
Darmita, you are welcome to come. Or seek your own. But if you ever need me, just call. It's like this.
And does like the trumpet call.
Darmita will stop and go back down to where they are and look at Lulu. And I mean, I'm assuming Velvet would have told me her plan to resurrect my mom. Because I'm assuming that's what you're doing.
Yep, that's exactly what I have in mind.
And she'll look at Lulu and go, oh, I guess my place is with you. And she'll leave with them.
Actually, your place, if you wish, is with him.
And she looks up. Lulu motions up. And you look up and you see this planetar. Just waiting above. But patient. And you get the impression the planetar will wait until your business here is done. But when you're ready, Celestia awaits.
I'll stay with Lulu for a while. Is he better?
Yes. He's still an old, crazy old man. But he is better. He has his memory.
Faculties.
More or less.
Okay. She wants to get to know him.
You can't chug the sticks for as long as they did and not be a little bit messed up. But yeah.
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 She just wants to get to know him.
There's a limit.
Yeah.
And when you get there, you're not the same.
Oh, my damn cat is like my eyes are just burning.
All right. So, you call back your mother, and this is surprising And I looked into it. Resurrection is 100 years. And Nishida was an alive Deva about 80 years ago. So you are not bringing back an undead creature. You're bringing back
a live creature. Yes, that's why I looked into it myself.
Mm-hmm.
And after the ceremony, there's the heart mends and goes from a twisted black thing to this brilliant white light that then expands into a torso, legs, arms, head, wings. And after a while, the angel Nishida rises and takes her daughter's hand and says,
My daughter, I can't wait to take you. It's beautiful. However, there is one place we need to go first.
and you and Benkuhm, and anyone else who wants to go, travel back to the woods just outside of Salem Rock to a simple stone cairn piled high in the woods. And you just stand for as long as you like. And the velvet digs up the grave, reaches into the bones of the body, crushes into the chest, pulls the skull out of the dirt, asks Nishida for another dive. No? It's a neutral evil cleric. That's how they did things. Okay.
She's turned good now.
It's true. He hasn't.
He hasn't.
Oh, she.
Donnie hasn't.
Velvet hasn't.
Velvet hasn't.
I kind of wonder on that, though, with what I've been doing.
It's true.
It's
anyway,
like, the
I'll
only
let
thing
you decide
I have,
that later.
Change.
Well, the only thing I have a problem with, what the hell's Ares going to do?
You joined this fight to smash some demons. All right. Well, you go on to your next adventures.
Yeah, I imagine all of that plays like during the credits, right? Like those little snippets
totally.
that'll show up sometimes, and then goes
And
away,
then-
and then it comes up. Yeah.
Yeah.
We cut back to some standing stones. Fenris, the stones are different here. On a... Oh, did it not?
Yeah, it's all
it
black.
did. Can you see?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm just watching the stream at this point.
Oh, I see. It's in the corner. Got it. Okay.
The stones look a little different here, but they're the same arrangement, having appeared here where you summoned them. And this, you can hear the flow, the rush of water. This massive torrent falling, but never the sound of it hitting, at least not collecting, as the Styx flows away and below, this earth moat floating in the sky. Sarnia steps out from beside the stones, says, "It is for the best, of all places. They're unlikely to be overwhelmed, at least anytime soon. Now, come. Come with me. Your payment awaits." And she motions, and you give the stone a little twist, and boom, an archway appears that you can walk through. On the far side, you see it's the Hells. And you see the silhouette of a man and a woman holding hands. You walk through the gate. And the gate closes behind you. And all that remains is the ever-rushing flow of the Styx. Like a massive waterfall. Larger than Niagara Falls, just plummeting beneath this open gateway. Every once in a while, one of the floating islands struck, drenched in the Styx. But there is nowhere for it to pool. And so it falls away. And while it will forever change this place, it might be the thing that gives Avernus and the Hells the chance to stop. At least for a while. The Eternal War.
Figured that I would, besides researching the place, this is probably sometime in, like, I'm not one to, Fenris is not one to snap judgment and, you know, potentially throw an entire dimension into the shit. But if there's a way, if it's something like that, okay. If there's change it down the road if we need to, sure. But also just, Fenris doesn't really think he's going to see his mom and dad, like...
Oh, no?
No.
What would your payment be?
Well...
You may... Actually, Asmodeus himself. What is it you wish in return?
I guess the question, Todd, is like... I don't think, like... I'll think about it, but I don't think, like, he would expect his parents to be able to be brought back, at least in a reasonable way, right? It'd be kind of almost like... You think that they're there, you're in a dream, like, but they're not really, or they're twisted in some way. So, Fenris thinks that they're past and laid to rest, but Fenris would actually, I'll tell you what he would, knowing that he's done this because he knows that, and I know Darmita, Bela was very surprised, that this wouldn't end, they would just keep chasing him, right? They want him. And if it's not Zariel, it's someone else, and more people get hurt. And at the end of the day, if he could do something good out of it, fine. Ultimately, he's thinking about doing something for his family and his parents, and that would be to rebuild his people, right? Rebuild the people of the Shadow, and ensure that whether it's from the devils or from the angels, that they're in a position where they're not going to be wiped out like they were. And I think that's kind of what's going on in his mind in terms of what he would want. So
you are offered, if you want it, to be the Archduke of the reclaimed Avernus. It could be a place for you and your people.
And with that, he would respectfully decline.
And Sarnia stands behind you and goes,
but would strongly recommend Sarnia
and she
for her service
accepts.
and intelligence.
She gladly accepts.
And a little wink, like, I'm sure it'll be good to stay allies with an Archduke, because we've helped each other out so much.
All right. So you can find a place for your peoples somewhere out amongst the plains.
Even if it's back on I would say the material plane, but in a place of safety where they're not getting smoked.
All right.
And maybe, I assume they would have pockets of places because they can jump between places. So they have somewhere, including a safe haven in Avernus.
Absolutely. All right. And so that is your next chapter as you gather people and as you seek out the perfect spot. And you spend a long time doing that. And finally find and begin to build a place for those who are of the shadow. Not of the light, not of the dark, but of the shadow and the gray in between. And the last bit of this story. Artifact bow in hand. Falurie, the prey eluding her, returns, hoping that the bow, the return of the artifact, will compensate for losing the prey, the bounty that she sought for so long. And with the help of the angels, returns home. And on arrival, discovers home is no longer as she remembers, as a blood-red river pouring from the sky.
Oh, come on!
Pouring down into the
Fenris would know that was her
air.
home, though. He's seen it. He's seen it.
Was that not your plan? I thought that's what you were trying to do.
No, I didn't think it was.
It is what was recommended.
I just assumed you picked stuff behind the scenes. You two.
No.
Now,
You didn't pick up on that, huh? You didn't pick up on
Falurie's
something
people
before?
are still there, but they have a new mission. When the moat, when there are places that occasionally get drenched in the Styx, from which evil lurks, crawls out from the puddles. Strange oblivion raining down upon Cloud Giant, or Aarakocra, or Kenku clan, or winged beasts of the air. Not often, but when it happens, it is a threat that must then be dealt with. But perhaps that might be another story. All right, I think we're done.
I think we want to call it there. Yeah.
Oh, poor Falurie. The only Falurie got fucked in this. Is that
I'm
because
sorry.
of all the? Is that because of all the shits and turds she did on people?
No, I'm just an evil motherfucker. All right.
Yeah.
That's
Avernus,
so
though.
funny.
Avernus has made it out. Little sneak with.
Where was it averted to?
The plane of air.
The plane of
Plane
air
of air.
is where Sarnia wanted it sent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
the veiled
that's where
one.
Falurie is from.
And
What
between
happened
the
to
two
the veiled
devils, even with Fenris being like, "What?" they somehow managed to convince you.
The
Manipulate it.
least impactful place. Okay.
And
I would have
it
sent
kind of
it
makes
into
sense,
limbo.
Kind of makes
but
sense.
it's also really if you stop and thought too long, they're masters at not letting you think too long. So, anyway, seemed like a fitting end for me. That kind of
No, it's a
bittersweet.
good end, right? We wrap up this story and we set up 4 different new campaigns. Those are all great campaign start prompts. All those different endings.
Yeah.
All right.
Fenris probably. Yeah.
First of all,
What happened to Varys though? She made it out, I assume.
I don't even.
Remember, I told her to come to Elturel because I promised to help bring her out.
Oh yeah,
See?
yeah. She would have been in Elturel.
Yeah, there you go.
I super thought you were going to recommend her instead of Sarnia and just be like, suck it, Sarnia. I'm not recommending you, I'm recommending this other random succubus.
Honestly, but by this point, Fenris is probably having romantic dalliances with Sarnia.
I mean, literally,
100,
the devil you know.
100%.
Literally, the
He
devil.
was a great foil rival character for Fenris. Like the best recurring villain.
How many?
I guarantee
I was just
they
waiting.
were doing it.
I thought you were going to telekinesis push Zariel onto the blade. That was the plan, right?
Well, yeah, that was the plan to actually to do that. But then when Henrietta says, "Oh, of your own," and like grab your hand, I was like,
oddly enough,
that plan.
I think that saved Zariel, because otherwise it was going to be a throwdown. Yeah. I was not sure that could have gone either way. It really could have. I was ready to have you guys fight her. I was ready to have you redeem her, like with the sword and all of that.
The thing is with Fenris, while he kind of wants revenge, he'll only do it, like he's not going to just let everyone just get massacred potentially, right? Like recklessly have revenge.
Yeah.
So if there's a moment like that he saw and it didn't happen, because my reaction was for the sword, because then I could take the sword and stab her. To actually try to move her, she's so strong. That's like a big risk. So he would only take it if that moment happened, and because of the actions of Henrietta, unknowingly, he didn't see the moment happen. He only saw the opportunity to help get everyone out, and that's the way he kind of thought of it in his mind.
Yeah.
And while he's not exactly a big fan of Zariel, that's probably the best way of getting back to her he could get at, right? I mean, given her strength.
And now Darmita's pretty much on the right-hand side of Zariel.
Which is why Fenris didn't actually wish for Zariel to be hunted down.
Yeah.
Right.
That did not go where I expected.
I assume Nishida and Velvet are with me the whole time, and Lulu.
Nishida, yes. Zariel's not really. Zariel has been redeemed, but not quite to the level they left. So they've basically been demoted.
No,
Nishida,
I didn't say Zariel.
Oh, sorry.
I meant Velvet.
Oh,
Did I say
sorry.
Zariel?
No, I think you said her, and
I meant Velvet.
Oh,
I assumed that Nishida, Velvet, and Darmita and Lulu.
You guys are partying now. Although Lulu still spends a lot of time with Zariel, but on the outs. Like, kind of some time there. It's an arrangement. A couple weeks with Zariel, a couple weeks with you. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass now. All right.
You want a dramatic cut end to your show, and then you figure it out, viewers.
Ambiguous.
I always do.
Morally ambiguous.
It's not even morally ambiguous. It's just storily ambiguous. All right.
Yeah.
Internet.
Ambiguous.
Internet. We need a name for tonight's episode. Our finale, I'm assuming. Players, if you have any suggestions, please throw them into chat. And mostly, I just want to say, first of all, to the players, thank you so much. This has been the longest campaign I've ever been in and involved with, and I've had a lot of fun trying to figure this stuff out. And ooh, I like that. The River Runs Red. That's a pretty good name.
Good.
Thanks, Scriptor. It's a good name.
Suitably dramatic without explicitly
anything
stating it. Yeah.
It's true.
I was going to say something like Yelfin embarrasses Bela.
That'll be the third something.
There was a point in the middle where I wanted to be stuck in the middle with you. Demons to the right of me, devils to the left. Here I am.
Nice.
But that's not suitably dramatic for a finale.
I also think we've done something very similar to that before.
We probably have.
We have.
But I kind of like that one. The River Runs Red.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's good.
That works.
But Todd,
Bella's embarrassment at the hands of Yelfin is the subtitle. Exactly.
I'm with you, Todd.
All right. Thanks very much, everybody. And
it's you as well, right?
Yeah, thanks, Todd.
This was amazing. This was a great campaign.
Oh, thank you.
Super cool seeing something that started so small turn into this, and like mutate this published module into a completely different, ridiculous thing.
This will never be the same. I have written all over this.
It's funny because I've played it before with actually Trent as my DM. Totally different. Totally.
I mean, that'll happen anytime. But this one, I really was like, great idea, and moved along totally off book.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it, and
and I think Trent did too.
Such maddening, like just bonkers timing. But in the end, I feel like we made something together. So that's
fun.
That's what you can ask. It's all you can ask. This old thing we call Dungeons and Dragons. All right.
I had a lot of fun with it.
Yes, thanks for diving in.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining us, good night, Donnie.
Yeah.
And we definitely get...
It's nice.
And of course, Yalfen and Phil, Grimdor, and all the viewers who contributed, and those of you who listened after the fact, thanks so much. And for those who may have just been tuning in, remember, you can always check the early, way back episodes. We got the podcast and all that, VOD. So if you're listening to this after the fact, thanks so much. And tune in next time. It's probably going to be a Shadowrun or something.
And I was just going to say, for those of you who don't remember the folded boat, that was the ambiguously moral group that we ran.
Not to be confused.
Yes, we were ambiguously moral. So, yes, the last we saw them, they were going over a waterfall in a cardboard box.
It's a magical cardboard box, though.
It was a magical cardboard box, but yeah. So that was kind of fun that you ended with, that kind of reoccurring again. I could just imagine Rochelle being like, "What the fuck are we doing?"
Like, we're waiting here, they're gone. We need to move on. And then all of a sudden,
dead.
Yep.
Yeah. So
it's been a hell of a journey.
That was fun.
Really has.
I would have reverted the river into limbo.
I don't know if that's a thing in this world.
I would have sent it
Limbo exists.
I would have sent it to the
5e, who knows, right?
Astral plane. Could you imagine?
Oh, yeah.
Could you
the place where your nightmares come true? You're going to send the sticks there?
Everything's got
let's empower that some.
Now, see, that's why I said limbo would be in complete stasis. Nothing happens.
I don't know.
But instead,
where would you send it, Internet? Which plane or subgroup? I mean, if you really hate Kinder, you could have sent it to Dragonlance. You could have sent it to Shadowrun.
You could. Yeah.
For a very brief moment, was tempted to send it to Celestia.
To where?
Where?
To where?
Celestia.
No kidding.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, it
That's
was
like
them.
The obvious choice is like, you know what? Screw you. Take it back.
But you know what? It was like, but for a moment, I was like, you know what? Screw you. But then I was like, yeah, you know what? That could be really.
That just starts a third war. Yeah.
That might be an alignment
Asmodeus
change.
would have been your buddy. He would have been like, I like you.
You think big thoughts, kid.
You're going places, kid.
There would be no longer morally ambiguous that decision.
No, that would
true.
be.
I love that you thought of that, though.
I did
That would
think
be
of it
immoral.
for a moment. I was like, how badly do I want revenge?
Oh, Sarnia just freaking hated the plane of air. So she was just that whole time scheming. Teletubbies land. I love it. I just send it. I feel like the sticks is the result of sending it to Teletubbies land. Like I feel that's what
like,
Teletubbies is a post.
I would be okay
apocalypse.
with destroying Teletubby Land.
Okay, we don't need to go down this path. Anyway.
This rabbit hole. All right.
Good job, everybody. I had a great time. I'm going to hijack this ending to plug tomorrow. I'm playing on Greg's Land Beyond the Mists, my second campaign in that game. So come check me out there. It's 9 p.m. Eastern.
Awesome.
Friday tomorrow.
And we are planning on still playing. Darcy, I think, is going to run something. I'm going to.
Yeah, I want to run so
that
both Todd can play and also can do tech without having to GM at the same time.
What do you mean? I just wear 20 hats. And then I'm looking forward to getting back into my bread and butter, which is Shadowrun. So we'll come back to that soon. Yeah. And taking a bit of time, just relaxing and processing whatever this madness was.
Yeah.
Wait. What? We're not continuing? Like, we're with our 4 now campaigns that you
I mean,
I think, Darmita's
once a month and
going off into the sunset.
Yeah. Well, it could be retired or I don't know. We'll see. We're going to take some time and figure out what the next thing.
I'm personally thinking about retiring the Cleric because I don't know how to run a Cleric.
Well, you did really well considering.
You did very well considering, and don't worry about that because I've been talking with Darcy, and there is a very high likelihood for Darcy's game that I will return to running a Cleric.
Nice.
It's been a long time.
And of course, I'm going to play a bard and be a total...
Wouldn't expect differently.
A natural 18.
I should play a death cleric just to surprise you all. I'll just show up in a hoodie and be like,
aren't I? Isn't that the... Wait, what's the...
That's the one from the GM handbook.
Jock and Stitch.
Yeah.
That's a return. Now that's a callback. All right,
I'm
going to get us out of here.
Your special one.
Yeah, we'll talk better.
Yeah.
It is crazy
I'm
late.
doing your subclass.
It's crazy late. I'm so glad we got to push on and wrap it up. So thanks everybody for sticking out.
Sorry, Gordon. You're probably do you have to work tomorrow? Oh, thank God. Either do I. I took tomorrow off.
Nice.
Oh, I should have done that. That would be a good idea.
I knew tonight was going to go late.
It is. I didn't even realize what time it was.
It's 2:30.
Yeah.
It's hell o'clock.
Eastern.
Yeah.
It's hell o'clock.
All I gotta do is turn my head. It's right there.
Well, thanks
That was
everybody.
awesome.
Stick around for the credits, and thanks again. We'll see you next time. Cheers.
Good night, everybody.
You've been listening to SideQuest Live. Thanks so much for tuning in. We try to record all of our games as much as possible, whether that's Dungeons & Dragons or Shadowrun or another tabletop role-playing game. Just a quick side note about all the licenses and copyrights involved. Our music is all Creative Commons attribution music on our live stream video feed or YouTube replay or Twitch VOD. We always attribute each individual artist, so be sure to check out those individual artist attributions. Lots of love to so many people who make their work available so that we can do what we do. So thank you. It influences our game. It makes it immeasurably better. So much appreciation for them. Let's not forget the makers of the games. Dungeons & Dragons is copywritten by Wizards of the Coast. They own it. They make it available to all of us to play, and it's wonderful. We are in no way affiliated with them, and nor do they endorse this podcast, but we are very appreciative. The other game we often play is Shadowrun, which is Catalyst Games, and again, we are not affiliated with them, and they do not endorse us, but we really appreciate their game, and we hope you appreciate our game. Thanks so much for tuning in. Don't forget to check us out on Instagram and Twitch and YouTube, and watch for those live games once we're streaming them out. And of course, we do accept suggestions for names, so please hit us up on Instagram and name our stuff. All right, thanks so much. I'm Todd, and this has been SideQuest Live. We'll see you again soon.